welcome to Whispers of Ink. I'm Machado de Assis, and now, I will read one of my stories.
Let's start with the book, Old House, which is part of my novels collection. Chapter 1. Before and after Mass many years ago, an old canon from the Imperial Chapel told this story. He spoke slowly, with a deep voice that carried the weight of time. I would not wish upon my worst enemy what happened to me in April of 1839, he said. At that time, I had decided to write a political work, the history of the reign of Dom Pedro I. Until then, I had spent my talents on little things, 10-line poems, sonnets, newspaper articles, and a few sermons. I used to give those sermons to other priests after realizing I did not have the gift for preaching. I could stand before a crowd, yes, but my words never moved hearts the way they should. He paused, as if remembering the silence that followed his sermons. Then he continued. In August of 1838, I read the memoirs written by another priest, Father Luis Gonçalves dos Santos, known as Father Pererec, about the days of the king. That book stirred something in me. It was, without doubt, weak and poorly written. And so I thought, if such a man could publish his thoughts, surely a true member of the Brazilian Church could do better. I wanted to show that we were capable of real scholarship, of honest history. He leaned forward slightly. I began at once. I collected everything I could find: newspapers, public records, debates in Congress, anything printed or written from that time. I took notes everywhere I went. I asked questions. I searched archives. By mid-February, someone told me about a house in the city where I might find more than just books. There were handwritten papers, some marked private, possibly important. The owner of the house, long dead, had once been a minister of state. Of course, this news sharpened my curiosity. The canon's eyes lit up as he recalled it. The house had its own chapel, built for the family and neighbors nearby. Every Sunday, a priest came to say Mass. During Lent, he heard confessions. His name was Father Mascarenhas. I went to see him. I asked him to speak with the widow. She still lived there, and request permission for me to look through the papers. Here, the canon imitated his own words from long ago. I said to Father Mascarenhas, I do not expect she will refuse. I promise to use only what she allows. Nothing will be taken or copied without her full consent. And then he changed tone, speaking now as Father Mascarenhas. I am not sure she will agree, he told me, but I will ask. I will do what I can. Back to his own voice, the canon explained. I pressed him. Why would she say no? I only want to read them. I won't remove a single page. Everything will stay exactly as it is. Again, changing voices, he repeated the priest's reply. Yes, I understand. But you must know books and papers from her husband are treated with great respect. Nothing has been touched since he died. She keeps them as a kind of sacred memory. Her love for him remains strong, even after all these years. Still, I will ask. We shall see what can be done. The canon sighed. 10 days passed before Father Mascarenhas returned. 10 long days of waiting. The widow first said numero, but the priest insisted. He explained everything clearly. He told her she would not be disloyal to her husband's memory if someone looked through part of the library and the old records just a small part. After a long time and much hesitation, she finally agreed. And so, thanks to the priest's effort, I was allowed to visit the house. I did not wait long to take advantage of this chance. The very next Sunday I went there with Father Mascarenhas. The house had a name among the local people, Old House. And it truly was old. It stood where it had since the end of the previous century, solid and large, built with a serious style and no decorations. Even as a child, I knew the outside well, the wide front porch, the two huge gates. One gate was for family and guests. The other was for workers, deliveries, litters carrying people, and cattle going out to graze. On the opposite side, near the chapel, there was a path. Neighbors used it to come for Sunday Mass or to pray the litany on Saturdays. That was the way we took. We arrived just after 7 in the morning. A ray of sunlight slipped in with us, dancing across the blue tiles on the inner wall. The tiles showed scenes from the Bible, moments from sacred stories. The chapel itself was small but carefully kept. To the left, at ground level, near the altar, there was a private balcony. That space was only for the lady of the house, or female relatives and guests. They entered from inside the home. Men, servants and neighbors stayed in the main area of the chapel. Father Mascarenhas told me all this as we walked in. He pointed to the silver candlesticks, the fine white cloths on the altar, the floor so clean there wasn't even a single straw. The vestments are all like this, he said proudly. And look at this confessional mall, yes, but perfectly made. There was no choir, no organ, just silence, light, and the weight of years. The chapel was small, as I've said before. On certain days, so many people came to Mass that some had to kneel right on the doorstep. Mascarenhas pointed to the left side of the chapel and told me where the former minister was buried. He had known the man shortly before 1831 and shared a few interesting details about him. He spoke of the widow's deep sorrow, her lasting love, how she honored his memory, kept his belongings like treasures, and often mentioned him in conversation. "You'll see his portrait in the library," he told me. Neighbors began arriving, mostly poor people of all ages and races. Some men made the sign of the cross, said their prayers, then stepped back outside to wait and talk until Mass began. Slaves from the house also came. One of them was the sacristan himself. He was responsible not only for keeping the chapel clean and secure, but also for assisting during Mass. His Latin pronunciation wasn't perfect, but everything else he did with great care. We found him in the sacristy, standing in front of an old rosewood chest with silver handles, finishing the last preparations. Soon after, a young man entered, about 20 years old, kind-faced, with honest eyes. Father Mascarenhas introduced him. This was Felix, the son of the woman who owned the house. "I already know about you," he said with a smile. "My mother told me you were coming. Are you here to see my father's papers?" I quickly explained my purpose, and he listened with real interest. While we talked, more people came in. A nephew of the homeowner, Eduardo, also around 20, an older relative, Colonel Raimundo, and 2 or 3 guests. Felix introduced me to everyone. For a few minutes, I became the center of attention. Father Mascarenes stood nearby, now dressed in his priestly robes. He rested one elbow on the edge of the chest, speaking little, mostly listening. A soft, knowing smile played on his lips. He turned his head often, glancing at one person, then another, taking it all in. Felix treated me with kindness, even respect. He seemed intelligent, easy to talk to, and humble. The others just smiled and nodded along. The colonel didn't do much, except say he was hungry. He had woken up early and hadn't eaten breakfast. "It looks like it's time," said Felix. He walked to the chapel door, looked out and added, "Mother is already in the family gallery." "Shall we go?" We went. In the gallery sat 4 women, 2 older, 2 young. I greeted them from a distance. I didn't look at them closely, but I could tell they were talking about me, whispering to each other. Luckily, the priest arrived 3 minutes later. We all knelt down, and the mass began. It was short and mumbled, which was good news for the colonel, since he was so hungry. When the mass ended, Felix went to kiss his mother's hand, then the hand of the other older woman, his aunt. He took me with him and introduced me right there. We didn't speak about my plans. The lady of the house simply said, in a gentle voice, "We hope your reverence will honor us by having breakfast with us." I bowed my head yes. It didn't even cross my mind to say that the honor would be mine. The truth is, I felt uneasy. The house, the way people behaved, the silent sight all felt like another century. Like something from an old book. Private chapels weren't so rare back then, but this one felt different. The family gallery, the tomb of the patriarch right there beside the chapel, close to his people, it reminded me of ancient times, when families worshipped at home and honored their dead in private. As soon as the women left the gallery through an inner door, we returned to the sacristy. Father Mascarenes was waiting there with the colonel and the others. From the sacristy door, we passed through a small hallway and went down 2 stone steps into a large courtyard. The ground was paved with cut stone. In the middle stood a cistern. On both sides ran a covered porch. To the left were some rooms. To the right, the kitchen and pantry. Black women and young servants watched me from the shadows, curious but not surprised. How could they be? My visit had probably been the main topic in the house for days. The house was like a small village or farm, where days passed one after another almost the same, unlike the old saying that says no 2 days are alike. The people were always the same, nothing ever changed, and everything felt calm and simple, like in older times. Donna Antonia ruled this little world quietly, gently, and fairly. She had been born to be mistress of a home. Even when her husband's political life and his role as advisor to Emperor Pedro I could have taken her into public life, she hardly ever left her private world. In all the years her husband served in government, she went to the royal palace only twice. She was born in Minas Gerais, but raised in Rio de Janeiro, in that very same old house where she got married, lost her husband and gave birth to her children, Felix and a little girl who died at age 3. The house was built by her grandfather in 1780, after he returned from Europe. He brought back ideas of grand manor houses and noble customs. It was perhaps also his daughter, Dona Antonia's mother, who gave her that small touch of pride you could sometimes notice in her. That pride stood out because her true nature was simple and humble. I understood this from some stories she told me about them during the king's time. Dona Antonia was short rather than tall, thin, always well put together, dressed plainly and seriously. She must have been around 46 or 48 years old. A few minutes later, we were having breakfast. The colonel, who joked that he had a hole a hand wide in his stomach, did not eat much anyway. At first he said nothing. He looked at me sideways, and when he spoke, it was softly, only to his two daughters. But by the end of the meal, he opened up and turned out to be good company. Meanwhile, Felix, Father Mascarenhas and I talked about politics, the current ministry, and the recent events in the southern part of the country. Right away I noticed something special about the minister's son. He knew how to listen. Not just hear words, but really listen. And when he disagreed with someone, he did it in a way that made you think he agreed. So much so that sometimes you'd get your own idea back from him and believe it was still yours. It was clever, quiet, almost invisible. Another thing caught my eye. The mother Dona Antonia watched me talking to her son and her face lit up. She looked proud, happy, as if she saw in me someone who truly valued him. I realized then that she carried all the hopes her late husband once had for their boy. And so, without even trying hard, I gave the young man even more of my attention. Maybe part of me wanted to win over everyone in that house. After all, I had a plan. And that plan needed their trust. We didn't talk about it until after lunch. Then we moved to the porch. It opened from the dining room and faced a large open yard. The floor was tiled, clean and cool, and thick stone columns held up the roof. Dona Antonia called me over. I sat beside her, with Father Mascarenhas on her other side. "Your Reverence," she said, "the house is at your service. I've done what you asked. It wasn't easy. Not because I doubt you, we don't. But no one touches my husband's books or papers. No one." "I deeply appreciate this," I replied. "You can thank me," she said, smiling. "I wouldn't do this for just anyone. Do you need to see everything?" "I can't say yet. After a quick look, you'll know better what I need. But you, Your Excellency, you will also be a book for me. Perhaps the most important one. The most personal." She turned to me, confused. "What do you mean?" "I hope you'll share some things with me. Things that were never told. Stories are built not only from facts, but from small memories, private moments. You were the wife of a minister." She shrugged. "Oh, I never cared for politics. Never got involved in those matters. But everything can be politics, madam. A story, a joke, even something that seems small any of it might matter a great deal." That was when she said what I mentioned earlier. She stayed home most of the time, rarely went out, and had only been to the palace twice. She admitted she had been terribly afraid the first time, and only got over it by remembering her grandfather's words just in time. "I left home shaking," she said. "It was a special day, one of those grand occasions when I dressed in full court attire. Through the carriage windows, I saw crowds of people standing and staring. But when I thought about having to greet the Emperor and Empress, I confess my heart beat fast and hard. When I stepped out of the carriage, my fear grew stronger. It grew even more as I climbed the palace stairs. She paused, then smiled slightly. Then suddenly, I remembered something my grandfather once told me. When the king arrived here many years ago, he took me to see the city celebrations. I was just a young girl then, easily moved by such sights. When we walked through the streets, I told him I was afraid of looking straight at the king if he appeared. My grandfather turned to me with that serious look he sometimes had and said, "Child, a quintanilla never trembles." Her voice grew steady, so I repeated those words in my mind. I reminded myself that a quintanilla does not tremble. And standing tall, without a single shake, I greeted their majesties. Everyone laughed at her story. She laughed too. For her part, she said she accepted the explanation completely and would ask for nothing more. Then she began talking about other things easily, warmly, as if something in the widow's manner had given her courage. Soon the son arrived, then the brother-in-law, then the young women. She spoke with each of them, calm and natural, and later could say with confidence that she had made a good impression on everyone. Father Mascarenhas confirmed it days later, but she already knew it herself. The way people looked at her, the way they responded, it told her everything. Chapter 2. Before I said goodbye to them, I went to see the library. It was a large room with 6 iron-grated windows facing the garden, all opening on one side. The entire opposite wall was covered with bookshelves packed full of books. Most of them were old, many in large format, called in folio. They were books about history, politics, theology, and some about literature and philosophy. Quite a few were written in Latin and Italian. I looked at them, took a few down, opened them, and said something about each one. Felix walked beside me and listened with great pleasure. My comments always ended up praising his father, which made him think even better of me. But my reputation grew even more when by chance I noticed a book titled Storia Fiorentina by Varchi, printed in 1721. I admit I had never read that book, not even later in life. But once, I had visited an Italian priest at the Hospice of Jerusalem, on the old Rua dos Barbanos. He owned that same work, and told me about its last page. In some copies, he said, that page was missing. It described how one of the Farnese family had treated the Bishop of Fano in a shockingly sacrilegious and brutal way. "Is this copy missing that page?" I asked. "Missing?" Felix repeated. "Let's check," I said, walking quickly to the end of the book. "No, here it is. It's chapter 16 of book 16. I flipped through it. A disgrace. In quest'anno medesimo, nacque un caso. It's not worth reading. It's filthy. I put the book back on the shelf. Without looking at Felix, I could feel he was impressed, almost overwhelmed. I wouldn't tell this story now, because it still embarrasses me, if it weren't important for 2 reasons. First, I promised myself to tell everything, nothing hidden. Second, this moment helps explain the strong influence I had right away in that house, especially over the young man's mind. They naturally believed I was a wise man, even more admirable because I was only 32 years old. The truth, though, was simpler. I was just someone who had read a lot and liked learning new things. Felix was a careful man, and I could see that right away. Still, he trusted me enough to show me his father's old study. The room felt heavy with time. Books lined the walls, some old, some new. Religious texts sat next to writings from thinkers who didn't believe in God: Voltaire, Rousseau, who questioned everything. I noticed this mix, but said nothing. It wasn't my place to judge. I knew these writers well, not every word they wrote, but the main ideas they left behind. The space was organized, almost too neat. Small shelves held folders, newspapers, reports, all labeled and sorted. There were 2 large wooden boxes in the corner. Felix told me they were full of handwritten papers notes, letters, drafts, maybe even secrets. I looked around slowly. On the wall hung 2 portraits. One was of his late father, a former minister. The other was of Emperor Pedro I, the first ruler of independent Brazil. The light in the room was weak, coming through dusty windows, but I could still see the family resemblance. Felix looked like his father, though not completely. The portrait was from 1829 back then. The minister was 44 years old. His face was strong, proud. His eyes were sharp, full of thought. His mouth gave the impression of someone who enjoyed life deeply: pleasure, power, words. But Felix did not have that same pride or that same hunger in his expression. The similarity was only in the shape of the face, the cut of the eyes, their brightness. "This is everything," Felix said, arms open, showing the room. "That door leads to a small room. You can work there if you want, or stay here. It's up to you." I left that day feeling excited. And from the way they treated me, I think they liked me too. 3 days later, I began my research. Only then did I speak to Monsignor Queiroz. He was an old teacher of mine, a kind and serious man, a true servant of the church. I owe much to him. He shaped my mind, though not my politics. In his youth, many churchmen also served the state. Times were different. I told him about my plan, to write a history of the first lengthy years when Pedro I ruled Brazil. I didn't tell him just to share news. I wanted to talk about what I had seen at the old house. I wanted to tell him how hopeful I felt, how sure I was that I might find something important, something that could change how people saw that time. But when I finished, Monsignor Queiroz only shook his head. Slowly. Sadly. He did not shout. He did not argue. He just looked down, as if carrying a weight. He did not approve. That was clear. But he also did not try to stop me. Although, he told me, you must not harm your mother, who is the church. The state is a stepfather. I only shared with my brother-in-law and my sister what had happened at Casa Velha, since they already knew about my project. They were pleased, and my sister asked me to take her there one day so she could see the house and meet the family. On Wednesday, I began my research. That was when I realized it was much easier to plan, request, and get permission than to actually carry out the work. When I finally stood in the library and the adjoining study, surrounded by books and papers ready for me, I felt uneasy, unsure where to start. This was not a public building, an archive, or a formal library. It was a private home, a place where I might come across personal letters or family secrets hidden among the documents. To help myself, I asked Felix to assist me. I even told him honestly about my discomfort. He answered politely that everything was in good hands. When I insisted, he agreed to act as my guide, his words as if he were a church sexton. But he asked permission to be absent that day because he had to leave town. From Tuesday to Saturday of the following week, he would be at the country estate. He would return Saturday night, and from then on, he said, he would be fully at my service. I accepted this arrangement. During the first few days, I focused on reading old newspapers and small booklets. I already knew some of them, but others were new to me, and those were often the most interesting. The very next day, Felix joined me in this work, and he stayed with me each day until he left for the farm. I usually arrived around 10 o'clock in the morning. First, I would talk a little with the lady of the house, her nieces, and the colonel. My cousin Eduardo had gone away to Sao Paulo. We spoke about daily news and ordinary things. After just a few minutes, never more than half an hour, he would go to the library with the ex-minister's son. Dinner was served exactly at 2 o'clock. On the first day, I tried to refuse, but the lady of the house made it clear. Accepting her hospitality came with a condition. If I wanted to use her library, I had to eat dinner with the family. Otherwise, she would take back her permission. Everything happened with such a warm and friendly manner that it was impossible to keep saying numero. I would have dinner with the family. From 3 to 4 in the afternoon, I rested a little, and then went back to work until night fell. One day, while Felix was still out in the fields, Donna Antonia came to see me. She said she wanted to check on my work, but in truth, she did not care about it at all. The night before, during dinner, I had mentioned how much I admired Europe, especially France and Italy, and that I might travel there in a few months. So when she entered the library, after exchanging a few unimportant words, she slowly turned the conversation toward that trip. In the end, she asked me to convince her son to go with me. Me, madam? I said, surprised. Don't be shocked by my request, she replied. Even though we've only known each other a short time, I've noticed how much you and my son enjoy each other's company. I know that if you speak to him firmly, he will agree. I don't believe I have more influence than his own mother. Have you already asked him? Yes, she answered, her voice stretching slowly over the word, as if it carried many silent pleas that had failed. Then, just a moment later, she smiled brightly and said, "Mothers like me have no power over their children. Mine was raised with great love and too much kindness. I've asked him more than once. He always refuses, saying he does not want to leave me. But that's not true. The real reason is that he doesn't want to leave this place. He has no ambitions. His studies were never finished. Nothing matters to him. We have relatives in Portugal. I've told him many times to visit them. They want to meet him, and then to go on to Spain, France, and other countries. José Bonifacio was there, and told such interesting stories. Do you know what my son answered? That he is afraid of the sea. Or again, he repeats that he cannot leave me. And don't you think this second reason might actually be the true one? Donna Antonia looked down at the floor. Her voice became soft, almost a whisper. It could be. If that is truly the reason, there is a simple way to solve everything. Why not both of you come with me? I would be honored to travel with you both. It would bring me great joy. Me? So now? Me leave this house? Your most reverend, you must be joking. From here, I go straight to the grave. I didn't leave when I was young, and now that I'm old, do you expect me to start wandering around? Yes, he's a young man. He needs to go. A sudden thought crossed my mind. Madam, could it be that he is suffering from some illness? No, thank God. I say he needs to go because he is young. My grandfather always said that to become a complete man, one must see those things out there in the world. That's all. No, he isn't sick at all. As strong, very strong. It was impossible, or at least impolite, to try to uncover the real reason behind this request, if there even was one, though I suspected there might be. I ended the conversation by saying I would invite the young man. Dona Antonia thanked me warmly, assured me I would not regret having him as a companion, and spoke highly of her son. She tried to change the subject, but kept returning to the trip, as if trying to make the idea feel natural, to gently push me into agreeing. The next day, she came back to the library, this time with a different excuse. She brought me a snuff box that had belonged to her late husband. It truly was a beautiful object, finely made. I told her so without hesitation. At the end of our talk, she asked me to accept it as a keepsake from her husband. I accepted it, though I felt uneasy doing so. We mentioned the journey again, just briefly, and then she left. I stayed alone. I did not feel at peace with myself. I had let myself make a careless promise, and now carrying it out seemed tangled with strange, unclear circumstances, perhaps serious ones. Donna Antonia's urgency, the reason she gave, the things she left unsaid, and especially that gift, offered for no clear reason, other than to win my favor, and bind me to her wish, all of it troubled me deeply. That night, I went to visit Father Mascarenas. I wanted to find out more. I asked him if he knew anything about the young man, if he was mischievous, if he had done anything wrong, if his life was irregular in any way. Father Mascarenas knew nothing. As far as I know, he is a model of calm and seriousness, he said at last. Felix only came to town on Sundays, he told me. But if you count Sundays, I said with a laugh, then you should also count all the other holy days. He returned from his farm 2 days later, on a Saturday. I did not visit him that Sunday. On Monday, I brought up my travel plans again, and told him how much I wanted him to come with me. He said it would be a great pleasure, if only he could go. But he couldn't. I pushed harder. I asked why. I spoke with real care, maybe too much, because he suddenly looked at me sharply, as if trying to see through my words. "Did my mother ask you to say this?" he said. I didn't deny it. Yes, she did. I told her I was planning to go to Europe in a few months, and she mentioned your name. She said Juve often talked about traveling. What's so strange about that? Felix stared at me, his eyes locked onto mine like he was searching for something hidden inside my thoughts. After a long silence, he answered coldly, "No. I can't go." "Why not?" For just a second, I saw a flash of pride in his face, the kind that comes when someone feels their private life is being questioned by a stranger. Maybe that was it. Or maybe it was something in his nature, or maybe it was the way I carried myself. Calm and quiet like a priest, whatever it was, The moment passed quickly. His face softened. He gave a small smile and said simply, "I can't leave my mother." At that point, I should have stopped. I should have gone back to my papers and let the matter drop. But curiosity kept pushing me, like sharp little kicks I couldn't ignore. So I spoke again. I told him that loving his mother was right and good, but life wasn't only about family. If he wanted to live among people, he needed to actually see the world, not stay shut away in the same quiet house, day after day. Other countries, other ways of living, they would help him grow stronger inside. They would shape his mind. He listened without saying a word. But I could tell his mind was elsewhere. When I finished, he nodded slowly and closed the conversation. "All right. Maybe he'll decide one day." "Well, see? You're not leaving yet, are you? Then we can talk more later." "Maybe." He paused, then changed the subject. "How is your work coming along?" I didn't push again. Not then. Not after that. Even when his mother brought it up more than once, I stayed quiet. The best thing, I thought, would be to finish the work quickly and step away from a friendship that might bring trouble or sorrow. The days I spent there were peaceful and quiet, just as I liked them, calm and steady, fitting my calm and simple nature. I arrived early each morning, spoke a few words with the family, then went straight to the library until dinner, which never went past 2 o'clock. After coffee, I walked out to the wide porch between the dining room and the yard of casuarina trees a name it got because of the beautiful line of those tall trees growing there. I always left before sunset. Felix helped me most of the time. He had no duties and plenty of free hours. When he wasn't helping me, he was either out hunting, reading somewhere on the grounds, or had gone into town for fun or family business. Then one day, while I was alone in the library, I heard a noise outside. At first, it was only the slow creak of an ox cart, something I had heard many times before and paid no mind to. It was likely one of the 2 carts that came from the farm to Old House once or twice a month, bringing fruit and vegetables. But soon after, I heard another sound, the rolling of a carriage, voices speaking, and then what sounded like a small collision between the 2 vehicles. I went to the window. That was exactly what happened. A carriage had entered just after the ox cart. As the cart turned slightly off the path to let the carriage pass, the driver could not stop his animals fast enough, and the cart did not move aside in time. Still, nothing serious occurred, only loud voices and shouting. By the time I reached the window, the cart had already moved on. The carriage quickly covered the short distance to the front door, which stood right beneath my window. Even so, I had enough time to see, through the partly open curtains of the carriage, the bright and cheerful face of a young woman who seemed amused by the whole event. She looked out, laughing, her eyes full of joy, clearly making jokes about the near accident. She smiled and spoke to someone inside the carriage, her voice light and carefree, as if danger had been a game to her. Narrator said, "This moment stayed with me longer than it should have." Her laugh, sudden and warm, broke the silence of my routine like a bird flying into a closed room. I returned to my books, but my thoughts were no longer on pages or notes. They followed that carriage, that face, that quick flash of life passing under my window. I only saw her face and a little of her neck, but soon after, the carriage stopped at the door. The two leather curtains were pulled aside, and she stepped out quickly with another woman, and they went into the house. They must be visitors, I thought to myself. Then I returned to my work. It was 11:30. Around 1 o'clock, Donna Antonia's son came into the library. He had been to the town square early that morning to take care of some business for his uncle, the colonel. He seemed unusually cheerful and open, asking me questions, but not really listening to my answers. I would not remember this moment at all now or ever, if it had not become part of what happened next, as we will see. The truth is, I did not think much of his mood at the time. A short while later, I barely answered him and kept looking through my papers. I was going through a bundle of copies about the Cisplatin province and preferred silence over any kind of conversation. Felix stayed only a short time and left, but he came back before 2 o'clock. He found me finishing my daily work so I could go to dinner. Soon after, we sat down to eat. It was Donna Antonia's habit to come to the table with her sister, the elderly lady I had seen in the chapel balcony on my first day there, and she did the same today. But now, another woman walked in with them. They told me she was a family friend named Mafalda. As soon as we sat, Donna Antonia turned to the guest and asked, "Where is Lalao?" The guest replied, "Where else would she be? Probably playing with the peacock." "But it does not matter, Miss Donna Antonia. Let us eat." She might not even want dinner. Before coming here, she ate a bowl of molasses with cornmeal. Then Felix asked the guest, "Did the carriage arrive late?" "No, sir. It actually waited for us." "Is your brother well?" "Yes, he is. But my sister-in-law has not been feeling well lately. Ever since she had erysipelas at Christmas, she has never fully recovered." I think they said other things too, but I did not care. The conversation meant nothing to me, and neither did the hostess, who was just an ordinary woman. So I did what I always do in such situations. I turned inward and stayed with my own thoughts. By then, I had already figured out that the hostess was one of the two women who arrived in the carriage. The other must have been the young girl, whose face I saw between the curtains. And clearly these people had some kind of connection to this house. That much was obvious from the fact that Lalao, instead of sitting at the table with us as the household rules required, was running after the peacock outside. Still, all of this mattered little to me. My mind was full of the story of an emperor. Lalao did not stay away long. She came back between the first and second courses. She entered breathless, her hair flying loose. It was short and curly, bouncing around her face. When Donna Antonia asked if she was tired from all her mischief, Lalao was about to answer when she noticed me. She fell silent at once. Donna Antonia, who saw this, turned to look at me. "Reverend," she said, "this child needs confession and a good penance. Maybe then she will learn some sense. Just look at her, she only came back a moment ago, and is already in this state. Come here, Lalao." Lalao stepped closer. Donna Antonia adjusted the collar of her dress with gentle hands. Then the girl went to sit across from me, beside the other guest. And now I could see her clearly. She was truly lovely, slim and graceful, no more than 17 years old. Her eyes were unlike any I had ever seen, bright, clear, full of life. They smiled even when her mouth did not. But when both her eyes and her lips smiled together, it was as if heaven itself had taken human form. Innocence and joy seemed to speak through her, as if she carried light inside. Some may find this description too strong or too vague, but I cannot find better words to explain how she made me feel. I looked at her for a long time, deeply moved by her presence. I trusted the priest's nature to fully feel the deep calm in her long, fresh face, shaped with quiet beauty, like someone carved it with care. I won't say every line was perfect, but something inside her made it all right. Her soul fixed everything. Her name was Claudia. At home, people called her Lalo. She had no father or mother and lived with her aunt. You could almost say she was born in the old house, where her parents had stayed for years as guests of the family, coming back often for days or even weeks at a time. Her father, Roman Soares, worked with his hands. She was a craftsman. Before that, he served in the cavalry police guard. Her mother, Benedita Soares, was the daughter of a rural clerk. Donna Antonia herself once told me that Benedita was one of the most beautiful women she had ever seen, going all the way back to the days of the king. Lala might not have been born in the house, but she grew up there. Raised just like her mother before her, treated not as servants, but more like family guests. That closeness let her move freely through the house, so much that sometimes she broke its strict rules. She didn't always eat at the main table with Donna Antonia. She rode in Donna Antonia's private carriage, wore the clothes she gave her, ate from her kitchen, and never lacked anything. In return, Lala loved the house and the family with true feeling. After losing her parents in 1831, Donna Antonia took charge of her upbringing. Lala could already read and write, sew, and embroider. Now she was learning lace making and fine needlework. It was Donna Antonia who shared all this with me that same afternoon, over coffee. She added that she thought it best to marry Lala off soon. She felt responsible for the girl's future, and she feared something bad might happen, like what had happened before with another young guest of the house, tricked away by a traveling circus performer back in 1835. Just then, the girl came walking toward us, staring at me with curious eyes. We were on the porch, sitting in the late light. "I'm going to hear your confession," I said to her gently. "But don't you dare hide any sins from me." "What sin?" she asked, crossing herself. "Good heavens! No, I have no sins." Antonia is just making things up again. "Me? A sinner? And what about your mischief?" I asked with a smile. Miss Antonia was talking, her voice firm but tired, the way older women often sound when they're trying to teach a lesson without raising their voice. She turned to the young woman and said, "Just today, when that accident nearly happened on the road when the ox cart almost hit your carriage, you didn't react like an adult. Instead of staying calm and thinking of God, you stuck your head up between the curtains and laughed like a child." She paused, then added, almost to herself, "What else is she but a child?" Lala looked up, surprised. "Where was Father at that moment?" she asked. "He was in heaven watching," I answered. "Oh, come on," she said. "Tell me where he really was." "I already told you. He was in heaven." "Goodness. Just tell me where he was." "La, Miss Antonia scolded. "That's no way to speak." The girl fell silent, clearly annoyed. I stepped in to help her. I was at the library window, I said. I saw you arrive. Miss Antonia already knew this. In that house, even the smallest event became the subject of long conversations. Still, the young girl went on to describe what had happened, how exciting it felt, how fast the cart came, how the driver shouted. She said she hadn't been afraid at all. In fact, she admitted, she almost wished the accident had happened just so she could understand what it truly felt like. Her words came in bursts, jumping from one thought to the next. Suddenly, she stopped and looked at me. "Are you the one who will say Mass at our house now?" she asked. "Instead of Father Mascarenhas?" "No," I said. "Not me." She nodded, then asked, "Then what were you doing in the library?" "I was doing research," I told her. She liked that answer. I could see it in her eyes. Maybe she thought we weren't so different after all. The next day, when I walked into the house and headed toward the library, she followed me. She found me inside and stood at the door, eager to know what I was working on. "I'm going through some old papers," I said. She listened closely. Then she picked up a few notes, flipping through them with curiosity. She asked questions, simple ones but thoughtful. But soon she put the papers down and began to look around the room. The library wasn't opened often, and she seemed amazed by it. She recognized the portraits on the walls right away. "I know these men," she said. Then she pointed to one in particular, the former minister. "Him especially," she added. "As handsome. And when he wore his uniform, he looked like a king." A long silence followed. She stared at the portrait on the wall. I watched her face, quiet and still, caught in the dim light of the old house. The air felt heavy, like it was holding its breath. Then, softly, as if speaking to herself or maybe to God, she whispered, "He looks very much like him." "Like who?" I asked. Lala flinched. Her eyes jumped to mine, wide and full of shame. She didn't answer, but she didn't need to. In that moment, I understood. I thought I knew everything then. But life has a way of showing you that what you know is never enough. What I thought was the whole truth was only the beginning. And the rest, it was still hidden, waiting to be uncovered, piece by painful piece. Chapter 3. The old house stood quiet under the sun of 1885, a place where time moved slow and secrets stayed hidden in plain sight. I had come to Brazil looking for political papers, old letters and records that might tell the story of power and ambition. But life, as it often does, gave me a different tale, one written not in documents, but in glances, silences, and hearts. "Love is not wrong," wrote my great Saint Augustine. And I believed him. For him as for me, the truth was this: people should love and be loved, with God at the center. So when I saw that small gesture, just a look, really, between this young woman and Felix, and understood they were sweethearts, I did not judge them. In fact, I felt deep joy. I cannot fully explain why. Though I was a stranger there and had never seen her before, it felt as if I knew them both from long ago. Maybe my nature is simply warm, drawn to kindness. Or maybe she had not only captured Felix's heart, but mine too, not with romance, but with friendship. Either way, I liked them. I approved. But then I noticed something. From Felix, there had been no sign, not at dinner, not on the porch, nothing to show he felt the same way she clearly did. Could it be that she loved him, but he did not love her back? The thought troubled me. They seemed made for each other, so perfectly matched that keeping them apart felt like going against the will of heaven. These were the thoughts that followed me as I walked home that day. A man searching for political history might seem too serious for such feelings, but the soul is not narrow. It can hold many things at once, facts and fears, duties and dreams. And though I had imagined myself a historian, I was not as cold or as focused as I once believed. I did not write the book I planned. The one I brought back is this. It did not take long to see the truth. Felix was in love. In the first few days, I could feel the change in him. He smiled more. His voice softened. And though he tried to hide it, I caught the way his eyes searched for hers across the room. At meals, during walks, even in silence, there were moments when their eyes met, and something passed between them, silent but strong. And she, so young, almost a child in age, became a woman the moment she looked at him. Not in body, but in spirit. As if love had awakened her mind, given her depth. I also noticed how others treated her with affection. Yes, but always from above, like a grown-up speaking to a little girl. Not Felix. He spoke to her with care, with respect. He listened. He waited. He valued her. By then, I was no longer visiting the house every day. 3 or 4 times a week was enough. But each time I went, I saw more. Saw how 2 hearts can beat together without a word. Saw how love, even when unspoken, shapes everything around it. The lady of the house, though always kind, began to show the natural weariness that comes from too much company. Constant visits had dulled her warmth. But not the 2 of them. Felix often waited for me down the road before I reached the house. And when I arrived at the gate, or on the porch there, was always the young girl, smiling with her whole face, her eyes bright with joy. Maybe I was to them like a thin line connecting 2 words in a sentence, something small but necessary. Still, one thing was clear. They truly liked having me around. And as for me, wearing my black clerical robe let me admit this bit of pride. I carried myself among them like Bishop Cyril once did between Eudorus and Cimmadochicon, respected, part of their quiet world. It might seem strange now, but at the time, it didn't occur to me how Donna Antonia's earlier request connected to what was growing between the young ones. She had asked me, back then, if her son could travel to Europe with me, but I hadn't linked that idea to this new affection blossoming under my eyes. Only later did the thought return. At first, seeing how gently she treated the girl, I assumed she approved of their bond. But when I finally remembered her request about Europe, I began to wonder. Perhaps this love was meant to be a cure for her son's hidden pain, some secret sorrow she never spoke aloud. In the days after Lalau arrived, nothing important happened, nothing worth telling just yet. Felix joined me sometimes in my work, but only now and then. If he had chores or errands, we'd only meet again at dinner. Lalau never came to the library until one day, when she slipped in quietly without telling anyone, and found me there. I stopped working right away. We talked for nearly half an hour, about all kinds of things, memories, little moments from the past, thoughts about life, dreams, even silly jokes. It was past 11 o'clock. The night was hot, the air heavy and still. The house stood silent, except for the distant lowing of cattle or the soft chirp of a bird settling into sleep. With my old-fashioned education in Latin and Greek, and my mind drawn naturally to dreams and ideals, I saw everything through the colors of memory and feeling. And the world around me fed that mood, the old furniture, the tall bookshelves filled with ancient volumes, all solemn and timeless, while Lalau herself brought something fresh, alive, graceful. Her presence made the ordinary feel magical, as if reality itself had changed shape. I let go. I allowed myself to drift with the moment, carried by the warmth of her voice, the peace of the night, and the quiet joy that had settled inside me like a gentle light. She often didn't hear well, or maybe she just didn't know how to listen at all. Her eyes would drift away, lost in some other thought. Sometimes she cut me off with a comment that made no sense, something pointless and sudden. I've already said her way of talking was broken, jumping from one thing to another without warning. But even so, it was interesting to talk to her, especially to listen to her. Even when her words seemed childish or simple, she never forgot the respect she owed me. And she was both curious and honest, truly open in a way few people are. "Were you afraid?" she asked. "How did you come in?" I replied. "I just walked in," she said. "I saw you here and came very slowly, thinking you'd hear me before I reached the end of the room." "But you heard nothing." "You were completely caught up in your writing." "What is it?" "Serious things," I said. "And Antonia told me you're writing political notes for a book. If you already knew, why did you ask me?" Lalau shrugged her shoulders. "That wasn't right," I said. "You should be careful. Remember, I'm a priest. I could give you a sermon." "You preach sermons? Then why don't you come preach here during Lent? I really like sermons. Last year, I listened to 2 at Lapa Church. They were very beautiful. I don't remember the priest's name. If I were a priest, I'd preach too. But I don't like the Latin prayers. I don't understand them." She spoke like that, in short bursts, for about 5 full minutes. I let her go on, not stopping her, just watching, living in the moment through the energy that poured out of her clear, fresh, like water from a spring. In the end, Lalau sat down. But she didn't stay seated for more than 2 minutes. Soon she stood again, walked to the window, then turned back into the room to look at the books. "They're too big," she said. She wondered how anyone could have the patience to read such thick books. And some of them were so old. "What's wrong with being old?" I asked. "God is old, and he is the best reading there is." Lalau looked at me, surprised. Probably, it was the first time she had ever heard such a comparison. My words stayed with her. I could see it in her face. She insisted that old books reminded her of the house's former chaplain, the one who came before Father Mascarenas. He always wore a dusty black cassock and had a face carved with wrinkles. Naturally, stories about the chaplain followed. In none of them did Felix appear, not in those tales, nor in any others. That absence might have seemed normal, but to me, it didn't feel accidental. When I told her we shouldn't mock priests, she grew quiet and serious, her eyes fixed on me. Then suddenly she burst into laughter. "But it's not about you," she said. "Whether it's me or someone else, it makes no difference." "Oh, come on. That other man was so ugly, so messy." I tried my best to explain, using simple words, that a priest is still a priest, no matter how he looks. As I spoke, she began walking slowly back and forth across the floor. I think she did it just to feel the carpet under her feet. There was only one rug in the whole house, placed right there and in the parlor, though the parlor stayed locked most of the time. Every now and then, she would stop, look down at the faded patterns woven into the carpet, or deliberately slide her foot along the fabric as if testing its softness. She had that childish spark, the kind that finds joy in small things. All right, she finally said, turning to me with a smile. "You don't need to argue with me. I won't speak of the chaplain again. You can go back to your work. I'll leave you alone. There's no need for you to go." "Thank you very much. Do you want me to stay here staring at the walls while you work?" "But I'm not working at all," I said. "Look, if you'd rather I do nothing, then sit down for a moment." "But really sit and just stand there." Lala sat. The chair she chose was an old one, with a high back covered in carved leather and curved wooden legs. From where she sat, she could see outside. Sunlight poured through the window and settled gently at her feet like a warm pool. Not one to stay still for long, she started playing with her fingers, twisting one around the other. But she stopped immediately when I asked her point blank if she remembered her mother. The girl's face changed at once. The cheerful, carefree look was gone. All the lightness in her expression turned serious and calm. The child disappeared, and only the woman remained deep in thought, full of longing for her mother. She answered me with a question. How could she forget her? Of course she remembered. Very well. Every night she prayed for her, asking God to give her a place in heaven. And surely she was already there. Her mother had been so good, better than I could ever imagine. No one had ever loved her as much as that dear lost woman. She did not say Antonia didn't care. She knew Antonia loved her and had proof of it. So did the others in the house. But a mother was something else. Her mother would have died for her. In fact, you could almost say she really did. When she caught a cold while nursing her daughter through a fever, it never left her body. She developed a cough that stayed with her until the end. The doctor said no, that was not what killed her. But the girl always believed it was true that her mother's illness began that day. She was so kind, so gentle, that she didn't even want her daughter to see her die. She wanted to spare her more pain. So the girl never saw her last breath. Only her still body afterward. And even then so beautiful, so peaceful. She looked alive. At this, the girl touched her eyes with her fingers, holding back tears. I stood up and told her we should talk about something else. Her mother was in heaven now. God's will was greater than anything. Leilao listened to me with wide, unmoving eyes that usually danced like two butterflies. For a long moment, she said nothing. Then she began to speak again about her mother. But not about death. This time about life. Especially about how beautiful she was. No, I could not understand just how lovely she had been. People would stop on the street just to look at her. She described her completely, as best she could. And from the way she spoke, it was clear that, to her, her mother's beauty was not just about looks. It was part of her soul. A special quality. Something real and pure that no other mother had ever had. God called her home, I said gently. Only He knows why. Now, let us think about those who are still alive. She is in heaven. You are here, surrounded by people who love you. She said, "Oh, I would give anything to have her here with me, in our little house in Cidade Nova." That house, she went on, raising her open hands in front of her face, showing the width of a palm, was this small. I remember it so clearly. It was nothing, almost nothing. No carpets, no golden decorations, but my mother was so kind, so very kind. Poor mother. I saw tears forming and quickly said, "Look at the sun," trying to change her thoughts. Indeed, the sun was rising higher and had started to touch the edge of her dress. Lala looked down, tried to pull her chair back, but it was too heavy. So she stood up and came over to me. She apologized for talking so much about things that probably did not matter to anyone. Before I could answer, she asked something else, something urgent. She said, "Please, do not tell Antonia any of this." I asked, "Why?" She replied, "She might think I said these things because I am unhappy here. But I am happy here. Very happy." I wanted to say more, to keep her talking, but my words failed. I could not reach out and hold her hands. I let her go and returned to my notes. But the notes did not return to me. No matter how hard I tried, I could not focus or write anything down. A few minutes later, Lalao came back into the room. She wanted to repeat her request one more time. I promised her everything she asked. Then, looking straight into my eyes, she said, "You are a priest. You cannot laugh at me. And you must keep your word." I said, "Laugh? Do I seem like someone who would laugh?" My voice sounded serious, maybe even hurt. She smiled gently and said, "Don't be angry with me. I say this because I am afraid. I get nervous easily. I don't trust people right away." And just like that, quick as a little bird, she left again. This time, I did not go back to my notes. I began to walk slowly through the long room, passing by the bookshelves, stopping now and then to look at a book, but not really seeing them. My mind was full of Lala. The feeling I had for her had changed. At first, it was simple sympathy. But now, after seeing her so open, so tender, so full of memory and pain, I felt something deeper, something close to respect. I never expected such deep emotion from someone who always seemed so playful, so childlike. It surprised me. It moved me. And I could not forget it. The longing Lalao felt for her mother, so strong after all those years apart, struck me as something deeply meaningful. It was a powerful sign of her true character. After all, surrounded by wealth and comfort, that kind of love could easily have faded or vanished altogether. People change when life becomes easy. But not her. Lala would have given everything just to live near her mother again. Everything? I wondered. And then I remembered how she had asked me to stay silent, afraid others might think she was ungrateful. That moment touched me even more. She understood something deep and painful, that grief doesn't disappear just because someone tries to erase it with kindness. She didn't want her protectors to feel hurt, to believe their generosity had been wasted. That silence wasn't weakness. It was care. Not long after, Felix arrived. He came straight to me, full of energy, saying he had good news. He needed to change clothes first, he said, but he'd be right back. 20 minutes later, he returned and sat down beside me. Then he shared his plan. He wanted to run for deputy. I hadn't made up my mind before, he said, but now I think I should do it. I'm following in my father's footsteps. What do you think, Reverend? I told him, it seems like a good path. Most careers are honorable, except the one that leads to sin. I myself once dreamed of entering the chamber. But I had no money, no political connections. So I stepped away. And maybe that was wise. I'm more of a thinker than a doer. I enjoy writing about politics, not playing the game. Everyone has their nature, shaped by God. If you take after your father will be active, very active. When do you plan to start? He didn't answer at first. His eyes were distant, fixed on something far beyond the room. Then, noticing my silence, he blinked and turned to me. What? Oh, not right away. I'm setting things in motion. I've spoken with some of my father's old friends. There's an opening, I believe. As you know, many people are unhappy with the regent. If only the emperor were old enough to rule on his own, it would be better for everyone. The regent and his group would leave, and we could move forward. Yes, I truly believe that. He paused, thinking. Funny thing, never took this seriously before. But life moves in strange ways. What do you say? I looked at him and said, I think you've made the right choice. In any case, I need you to keep this secret. Please don't say anything to Mother. The narrator noted the seriousness in his voice, how he leaned forward slightly, as if the words themselves were fragile and might break if spoken too loudly. Do you think she would be against it? I asked. No, not exactly. But, well, nothing might come of it. And I wouldn't want to give her false hope. That's all. It made sense. The explanation was reasonable, even kind. I promised I wouldn't tell anyone. After that, we talked a little more about politics mostly. Politics from the last 10 years, which had been anything but quiet. There had been tension in the air back then. Protests in the streets, debates in newspapers, changes nobody saw coming. Felix didn't have strong opinions of his own. At least, not yet. Listening to him, I could hear echoes of other people's ideas, phrases, had picked up from teachers, politicians, men at dinner parties who wanted influence. He wasn't repeating them blindly, though. What made Felix different was his clear mind. He listened carefully and took only what felt fair, what made sense. He avoided extremes. No matter which side he joined later, I knew he wouldn't shout with the loudest voices. He'd always pause first. Think. "Did you work much today?" he asked me as we got ready for dinner. "Not really. I had a visitor." "Mother?" "No, someone else." "Lala wasn't that what you call her?" "Yes, that's right. She was here about half an hour. Codvay stayed 4 hours and I wouldn't have noticed. She's so full of life." "Mother really likes her," he said. "Everyone should like her. She's not just funny, she's good. Truly good." I'm telling you, I forgot all about Emperor's Ministers, the April 7th group, every serious topic I'd been thinking about. I put it all aside just to listen to her talk. She says things like a child sometimes, but she's no child. Very smart, don't you think? Extremely. What did you talk about? 1,000 things. Maybe 2,000. With her, topics fly by like birds you blink and miss 3. 1 minute it's flowers, the next it's dreams, then suddenly money or freedom, or cats in the garden. If you're not paying attention, you get left behind. You know what thought came to me while I was watching her? What? Marriage. He looked at me, curious. To marry her, I said. Marry her? He repeated, surprised. Yes. Not me, obviously. But I imagine myself as the priest, the one who joins her hand with the man she loves, whenever she finds him. I pictured it clearly, sunlight through church windows, her dress simple but beautiful, her smile wide and real. And me, standing there, saying the words that bind them. I don't know why it hit me so strongly. Maybe because she deserves happiness. Real happiness. Not just laughter, but someone who sees her, truly sees her. Felix did not say a word. He smiled shyly, and for the first time I began to wonder if his intentions were very different from what I had believed until then. Maybe in him there was not a future husband, but a seducer. I cannot explain how much this thought hurt me. I cared so deeply for the girl that she already felt like my sister, part of my own blood. The idea that a stranger might corrupt her, betray her trust, filled me with pain. I wanted to keep talking, to look deep into his soul and understand his true feelings. But he avoided me. He slipped away, and once again, I was left alone. That day, I left earlier than usual. Donna Antonia noticed something was wrong. She saw I was troubled. I told her I had a headache. People who are like me will understand. Once a possibility entered my mind, I started to believe it was true. I could already see the girl lost, harmed by someone she trusted. Had there been another case long ago? In 1835, an outsider, a circus performer, had seduced one of the household's dependents, just as Donna Antonia had once told me. Now it wasn't a traveling entertainer, but the son of the house itself. This explained Donna Antonia's strong wish to send her son away from Rio de Janeiro. At the same time, she showed such affection for the girl. Why else would she act this way? I thought about the great difference in their social positions. Lala was treated kindly and allowed close to the family. Yes, but only as someone dependent on their goodwill. Felix, on the other hand, was the son of a government minister, aiming to become one himself. More than that, he was born into a powerful, wealthy family. He carried in his veins the proud blood of his ancestors, especially through his mother, who never forgot her high status. It was clear he would be saved for a marriage of equal rank, a match that served his family's name and future. But Lala was beautiful. And nature has its own laws just as strong as those of society, even if they go against them. So perhaps Felix found a way to follow both, to love her without marrying her, to take what he wanted and give nothing in return. All of this, the fear, the anger, the sadnasi, turned over in my mind for the rest of the day and through part of the night. I felt angry at the young man. I feared for the girl. And I did not know what I should do. At one point, I thought maybe I should do nothing at all. Who was I to judge his intentions? No one had given me the right to interfere in the private matters of a family that had treated me with such kindness and respect. They had welcomed me, fed me, trusted me. How could I repay that by accusing their son? Yet the silence inside me grew heavier, and the image of Lala, innocent and unaware, made it hard to breathe. It was true. But since I want to tell everything, I will also confess a secret of my conscience. Between the truth of that idea and the pull of my own heart, I added a religious reason. I told myself it was charity that moved me, that in the gospel, I could find a motive stronger than any human rule or custom. This lie I told to myself might have stayed hidden now, as events unfold, but it would leave out an important part of the story I am telling, and make it harder to understand. Lala would not leave my thoughts. Her words, her gestures, her innocence, her tears, they all rushed back into my memory at once, crowding my mind, giving me strength to try to take control and change what was about to happen. The next morning I tried to laugh at myself and at my plans, like some Don Quixote chasing windmills. I thought laughter would be the best cure, because no one likes to be mocked, not even by themselves. But I could not laugh. My conscience remained serious, and the smile I forced faded away before its silent weight. I made 5 or 6 different plans, some of them foolish. The simplest was to warn the girl's aunt. But I quickly rejected that idea because it felt cruel. After all, I would be breaking close family ties, based only on a suspicion I could barely explain to myself. And not only was it cruel, it was also unwise. People might think I acted out of personal feelings, ones that were improper and selfish. I pushed that second reason aside, but I held tightly to the first, and gave up the plan. In the end, I decided the best thing was to watch carefully, and do what I could, depending on how things developed, but quietly, without causing a scandal. That day, I had to go have breakfast with an Italian priest at the Hospice of Jerusalem, the same man who had spoken to me about the Florentine work and given me the chance to shine at Casa Velha. I went to breakfast. At the end of the meal, a new arrival appeared, a missionary just back from China and Japan. He carried many precious relics with him. They invited me to see them. The missionary moved slowly when it came to action and spoke in long, drawn-out sentences, so we spent an endless amount of time on that matter. I left his place so late that I could not go to the old house that day. That night, I caught a bad chill, developed a fever, and ended up spending 5 full days in bed. The doctor came twice a day to check on me, feeling my forehead and asking how I felt. I barely had the strength to answer. Outside, the wind shook the trees, and the rain tapped against the windows like fingers trying to get in. I lay there, weak and restless, thinking about the journey I had planned, and the people waiting for me at the old house. Time passed slowly while I was sick. Each hour felt longer than the last. My mind wandered through memories and worries, and I wondered what might have happened if I had arrived on time. But there was nothing I could do. All I could do was rest and wait for my body to heal. Chapter 4. I was just about to get out of bed when Felix showed up at my house, apologizing for not coming sooner because he had only found out about my illness the day before. He brought greetings from his mother and Lala. "This is nothing," I told him. "And if you want me to be honest, it was even good to get sick for a little rest." "Holy Mary, don't say that." "I do say it. And not just for rest, but also for thinking. When you're sick and don't read, don't talk, don't do anything, you think. I live alone, with just the old black man you've seen. Now and then a friend stops by, but rarely. Most of the time I sit in silence, staring at the walls and into my own mind." "It's your own fault," he interrupted. "You should have come to stay with us as soon as you started feeling unwell." "That's exactly what you should have done. You can't imagine how worried my mother was when she heard you were in bed. She wanted me to come last night, right after dark, to check on you. But I said you might already be resting, and a visit could disturb you instead." "And what about your little friend?" "Lala." She turned as pale as wax when she heard the news. "She made me promise to send you her warmest wishes. She told me to give you advice and no reckless moves, no walking in the rain or cold air, nothing that could make you worse. Relapses are dangerous," she said. "Look at that. If only you had let me stay here at home, I'd have 2 real nurses and a reader like you to read me anything I wanted. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, Alher, your mother, and you. Maybe next time I'm sick, I'll take you up on that. Though honestly, next time I might not think about anything at all." "Fair enough. Or anyone." "Ah, so Lalao said that?" Funny was just thinking about her. "What do you mean?" he asked. Then I heard footsteps and voices in the other room. It was my old servant bringing a priest to visit me. Under normal circumstances, Felix might have said goodbye and left the place for the priest. But this time, curiosity was stronger than politeness and he stayed. The priest stayed only a short while, 10 or 20 minutes, I don't remember exactly. He shared some church news and told a few stories about the sacristismal talk, really. Felix listened closely, maybe too closely, as if pretending to be interested just to make the visit last longer. Finally, the priest left, and we were alone again. I didn't bring up Lalao right away. Neither did he. We exchanged a few random words. Nothing important, comments about the weather, the house, things like that. Then, after a silence, he turned to me and asked what I thought of her. I had been waiting for this moment, watching from a distance like someone tracking footsteps in soft earth. "I've been thinking," I said, "that this girl is better than her position in life. Your mother, Donna Antonia, once told me about another young woman who lived here 4 years ago. She was led astray by a traveling performer. But I don't believe Lala would do the same. Even though she looks young and has a childish air, I see sense in her. I think she'll choose a husband and live an honest life. I paused, then added, but here is the problem. The man she chooses might be from the same background as her, but not as good inside. His morals could be weak, and that would be a bad marriage for her. Felix didn't look at me directly. His eyes moved between my face and the tip of his shoe, as if the answer lay somewhere on the floor. When I finished, he nodded slowly. "You're right," he said. "Don't you think so?" I asked. "Of course. I agree completely. I know it may seem strange for me to get involved in other people's affairs," I said. "No matter," he replied with seriousness. "Nothing is truly foreign to a good priest like you." "Thank you," I said. "But I must tell you we feel pity for that girl. I already said she has childlike qualities, but she is not a child. To hand her over to an ordinary man who doesn't understand her thought would hurt her deeply." I looked out the window before going on. I wonder if Donna Antonia did the right thing raising her with such care. Not because Lala isn't kind or willing to accept hardship, she is. She has a gentle heart, but because even so, it will be hard for her to go from this life to a simpler one. I'm not blaming anyone. Just thinking aloud. "For heaven's sake," Felix said, "I know exactly what you mean. Do you think I don't share your opinion?" "I do. More than you know. It's my mother who might not see it our way." Felix had been thinking about marriage, and I knew he'd considered several girls. Once, he even mentioned one in particular, Victorino, the son of the carriage repairman who worked for our family. When he said that, I looked at him quietly. "You don't know Victorino," he said. "No," I replied. "But I can imagine him." I studied his face for a moment. He seemed sincere, but I couldn't be sure. I needed to know the truth, so I leaned forward and told him something unexpected. "I already have someone in mind for her," I said. "Someone much better than Victorino." He frowned. "Who?" he asked, his voice tense. "You," I said. Felix jumped slightly. His face turned red, as if the sun had suddenly risen inside his skin. I spoke gently. "Forgive me if this sounds bold, but it's what I believe in. Belief is just opinion, no more. Yes, there is a difference in social standing between you. But nature doesn't always follow society's rules. Sometimes, it balances things out in its own way. These are gifts from God. I think you and she are right for each other. Your feelings match hers. She's intelligent, and though she may lack formal education, her mother has taught her well. Would you hesitate to marry her?" Felix reached out and took my hand. His grip was firm, his eyes bright. "I won't deny it," he said. "You've seen everything." He paused, still holding my hand. "How could I doubt? She deserves a good husband. And I believe I wouldn't be a bad choice." Then he hesitated. "There's one thing left," he said. "What is it?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he tapped his knees with his hand, once, twice, 3 times, watching me closely, as if trying to read my thoughts. "It's my mother," he finally said. Does she oppose it? I believe so. But you're not certain. She will be. In telling you this as if you were an old friend of our family. My mother has noticed what you've noticed, that we care for each other. And she won't accept it. She hasn't said it clearly. Not yet. But I feel it deep down. She will never allow us to marry. He sighed and looked down at his hands. That Victorino you mentioned him is not real. Is just someone she invented to keep us apart. And he's not the only one. I know she's already thought of others. Lala might resist for now, but I fear it won't last long. She reminded me that her mother had once asked him to take her to Europe. It was for the same reason, to keep her away, to distract her, and to prevent her from marrying Lala. Do you really think so? I asked. Of course, he said. Then how do you explain that she still loves the girl so much? You don't know my mother, he replied. She has the heart of a dove. She truly cares for Lalao, as if she were her own daughter. But the heart is one thing, and the mind is another. My mother is very proud when it comes to family matters. She would stay awake for days by Lala's side if she were sick. But she would never allow her to marry me. These are two different things. That must be it, I said after a moment of silence. Then, quietly, almost to myself, I whispered the words Lala had once heard from her grandfather in the old days of the monarchy, and later repeated inside the palace. A Quintanola never trembles? Never trembles, and never lowers herself, the young man added with a smile. That's exactly how my mother feels. Either way, nothing is lost yet. I believe we can fix this. Leave it to me. I already had a plan. If I had found out his intentions were dishonest, I would have helped the mother and arranged a marriage between Lalao and someone else. But since I knew his feelings were true, I decided to go straight to the mother and persuade her to accept her son's wish. 3 days later, when I returned to the old house, I saw something new in Lala's eyes. It wasn't just the joy of a close friend. It was the deep emotion of a young woman in love. Of course, he had told her about my promise. I didn't ask. Instead, I joked and said she looked like she had just seen a green bird fly by. Her whole soul lit up on her face. She squeezed my hand and answered simply, without hiding anything. I did. I cannot explain what I felt at that moment. All I remember is discomfort. Her sudden, warm, honest word full of all the strength of love hurt my ears like a sharp sound cutting through the air. The girl I loved had just spoken, and what else could I have hoped for? What else could I have wanted, if not this? I had not asked for it. I had not come to beg for one or the other. As a spiritual and neutral being, my only duty was to rejoice in her words, approve them, and bless them before God and all people. So why did I feel this pain inside? Why did some strange feeling mix with my kindness? What contradiction was this? What mystery? These questions rose from deep within me, not clear and calm like thoughts written on paper, but wild and broken, without order, dark and hard to catch. You may already understand the truth. I loved her too. I was a priest. That life left no room for love. Or so I thought. But love came anyway, quiet and hidden, like a snake slipping into the grass. I didn't feel it at first. I only noticed when jealousy bit me sharp and sudden. His confession did not hurt me. Hers did. Hers opened my eyes. In that moment I saw myself clearly. All this time, the real reason I protected the poor girl wasn't just duty or faith. Without knowing it, I had acted out of love. While others saw only a kind helper, a man who gave his time for free, the truth was different. Behind that mask stood a man who could not love her himself, but still wished for her happiness even if it meant giving her to another. And now, knowing this about myself, I felt even more determined. I would do everything I could. Not for pride, not for control, but because love, even silent and denied, wants the other to be happy, even when it breaks your heart. Chapter 5. The next day I spoke to Dona Antonia. I had planned to ask her for a private talk, but she came to me first. She said that during my illness, she had finished making some wooden tools and wanted my opinion about them. They were in the sacristy. As we walked through the main room and down one of the hallways beside the central courtyard, I started talking to her, but she didn't seem to listen much. We climbed 3 stone steps into a large, cold room with a vaulted ceiling and stone floors. At the far end was a big door leading to the backyard and the garden. To the right was the door to the sacristy. To the left, another door opened into one or more rooms. Wasn't sure exactly what they were used for. Inside the room we found Lala and the bell ringer. He was sitting on a wooden bench. She was standing. The bell ringer was an old black man, half mad. His only duty was to ring the chapel bell on Sundays for Mass. The rest of the time he stayed quiet or muttered to himself. No one talked to him, even though he was gentle. No one except Lalao. Among all the people in that house family, guests, servants, Lala was the only one who would go to him, speak with him, question him, and truly listen. She asked him for stories, and he told her many. Some were very long. Some made no sense. Others had almost no connection from one part to the next. They were confused memories, tangled thoughts, or fragments born from madness. It was strange to watch them together. Lalao, usually restless and quick to move, would become calm and still. For 10, 15, even 20 minutes, she would stand there, fully focused, listening to every word he said. And Jirahe was always called Jira. I never knew another name. His face would light up when he saw her. When he lost his mind, he also lost contact with everyone else. He lived alone with his thoughts, deep in silence and loneliness. To him, Lala was more than just a young girl. She was human company. She was like a faint echo of the clear mind he once had. She understood this. Without saying it, she gave him these small moments of return from the darkness. Every week, 1 or 2 times, she came to visit him. That was all it took to bring him back, just a little, to the world. Dona Antonia stopped walking when she saw Lalao there, right by the sacristy door. She hadn't expected her to be there. She wanted to speak to me alone, as you will soon understand. I understood him at once by the displeasure in his movement, just as I had already suspected something when I saw her looking worried. As we arrived, Lalao was asking Jira. Narrator. Lalao spoke with curiosity, leaning forward slightly. Lalao said. And then? What happened next? Gira answered then. The king caught a hawk, and the hawk sang. Lalao looked surprised. Lalao said, Hawk sing? Gira smiled and nodded. Gira said, Hawk? Yes, indeed. The hawk sang, Kalunga, Musanga, Monandenge Kalunga, Musanga, Monandenge Kalunga. Narrator. The old black man shook his body gently, moving to the rhythm of the African song. His voice was soft but strong, like a memory carried from far away. I turned to look at Lalao. She, who usually laughed at everything, did not laugh now. Her face showed deep sadness, almost like pain. Narrator. I watched her for a moment, wondering what she heard in those words that I could not. Then I looked toward Donna Antonia. She stood still for a few seconds, unsure. Then she decided to go into the sacristy. The door was open. Lalao saw us. She gave us a small smile and went back to talking with Gira. Donna Antonia and I walked inside together. Narrator. The sacristy was quiet. Dust floated in the light coming through the window. On the dresser were the sacred robes, carefully folded white albs and surplices made of fine linen. Donna Antonia turned to the sacristan, an older black man who had followed us in. Donna Antonia said, Please go help unload the cart that just came from the farm. Wait there until it is done. The man bowed slightly and left, closing the door behind him. Now we were alone. She showed me 2 albs and 2 surplices, as if to explain why we were there. But then, without warning, she changed the subject. Donna Antonia said, I need your help with something very important. Narrator. I waited. She paused, choosing her words. Donna Antonia continued, Yesterday I learned my son has plans to become a deputy. I want you to talk to him. I want you to stop him. I was surprised. I said, But why? Reverend, politics was your husband's path. It is one of the most respected careers in Brazil. She sat down slowly, as if carrying a heavy weight. She pointed to another chair, inviting me to sit too. We stayed near a wide window that looked out over the yard. Outside, chickens scratched the dirt. A dog lay sleeping in the sun. Once seated, she agreed with me. Donna Antonia said, Yes, perhaps you are right about the importance of politics. But my son Hay does not have the nature for it. He lacks the strength, the will, the skill. I asked, Who told you this? Maybe he can grow into it. A person shows what they can do only through work. But let me speak honestly. Think it is good that he wants to be active in public life. It keeps the mind busy, the spirit alive. She listened quietly. Then she took a breath and moved to her second request. This one was not new. She had mentioned it before, long ago. Donna Antonia said, Take him to Europe. Please. Send him far away. Let him study there, live there, forget this idea of politics. Narrator. Her voice was calm, but I heard the fear underneath. Not just fear for his future, but fear of what he might become if he stayed. I did not answer right away. Outside, the wind moved the trees. Somewhere, a bell rang softly. After Europe With a few more years and experience in the world, he might become truly useful to his country. I stopped her right there. She waited, silent. I looked at her for a long moment before speaking. Then I told her the trip could indeed be helpful. But the young man's habits were so tied to home life that it would be hard for him to adapt to long journeys unless we found a middle path. Send him abroad married. You can't just pack a bride into a travel trunk, she said. She is already chosen. Donna Antonia shivered slightly. She's close by. Your dear friend and ward. Who? Lalao. Are you making fun of me? Lalao and my son? You must be joking. Don't you see it's impossible? Marry them off like medicine? Let's talk about something else. No, madam. Let us speak of this. Donna Antonia had turned her eyes away when she spoke those last words. But now, hearing my reply, she lifted her head fast. I believe since the death of her husband, no one had ever answered her like that. She stared at me, shocked. She was used to being in charge here, in this small, isolated world where no one questioned her, and no voice dared warn her. Once, during lunch, Father Mascarenas had joked that she was the Empress of Casavelaha. Donna Antonia smiled, flattered by the idea of ruling even a tiny corner of the earth. She never hit anyone with her scepter, but she liked knowing people recognized she held one. I bowed respectfully, but stood firm. We needed to finish this conversation now. Finish what? She asked, lifting her upper lip in clear disbelief. Let us not waste time saying things we both know, I said calmly. They love each other. That is the simple truth. The only question is whether they can marry and here. I find no reason, real or imagined, that should stand in their way. I'm not talking only about your son, who is a worthy young man in every sense. Let us speak of her. Tell me, what do you think of her? I did not want to answer. I kept speaking, reminding her of the upbringing she had given him, the love she held for her son. And especially I spoke about the young woman's virtues, the delicacy of her feelings, and her natural grace, which made up for her lack of noble birth. I asked if she truly believed that Victorino, the coachman's son, could be a suitable match. Donna Antonia shivered. I see you are informed of everything, she said after a short silence. There's a plot against me. Very well. What does your most reverend honor want from me? Do you wish my son to marry Lalao? That cannot happen. And why can it not happen? Honestly, I don't know what strange ideas have entered people's minds since 1831. These are still echoes of Father Fayo's teachings. It seems like a priest's obsession. Would you like to hear why they cannot marry? Because they simply cannot. I do not deny anything good about her. She is a very good girl. I gave her the education I could. Maybe even more than was proper. But in the end, she is raised and ready to bring happiness to some man. What else is there to say? We do not live on the moon, most reverend. My son is my son. And beyond this strong reason, he needs a family alliance. This is not a fairy tale where princes marry farm girls or enchanted princes appear out of nowhere. Please tell me, how would I face our relatives in Minas Gerais and São Paulo with such news? It may be that you are right, I replied. This might indeed be a priest's obsession. It might even be an obsession of our Lord Jesus Christ, who was born among straw. Yes, sir, she answered sharply. But then, what harm is there in her marrying Victorino? Is the son of a coachman not a person? Tell me. If it is holy for our Lord to be born in a stable, why is it not also holy for my son to marry someone humble? But when it comes to Victorino, suddenly it is no longer the same thing. Tell me. But Madame Donna Antonia. No, she said, rising suddenly. She walked to the door that led into the chapel, then moved to the other one, the entrance to the sacristy. She looked around carefully, checking if anyone was listening. Then she returned, her voice lower now, but just as firm. Turning back, she walked in silence, pacing from the door to the back wall, where an image of Our Lady hung. The Virgin wore a golden crown on her head, and golden stars scattered across her cloak. Donna Antonia stared at the picture for a long moment, as if seeking strength from it, as if the image could protect her from what she felt inside. To her, this crowned Virgin Queen and triumphant was the true face of Catholic faith, not the poor, helpless mother lying in straw, hidden in a stable. She looked at the image now as if seeing it for the first time. Usually calm, even cold at times, today Donna Antonia seemed restless, sharp, as though something deep inside her had broken free from years of habit. Her eyes burned with a new fire. Her movements were sudden, almost unsteady. I watched her from my chair. At first I regretted speaking, but that feeling passed quickly. I decided to see this through to the end. After a few minutes, she stopped in front of me. I started to rise, but she gently placed her hand on my shoulder, asking me to stay seated. She shook her head, not in anger, but with quiet disapproval, like a friend correcting another. "Why did you speak of this?" she asked softly. "I know you do it because you care for both of them and for our family. You are a true friend." "You can believe that," I said. "I do believe it," she replied. "Do you think I don't see things? I have noticed how close you are to us. And here it seems she has enchanted you." She smiled slightly. "You don't need to blush. Young women enchant priests all the time, when they want to marry the man their heart has chosen. Yes, she is charming. She deserves much. But marriage, that is far too serious a step." She paused, then sat down slowly. "Come, let us make an agreement. I will give a little. You give a little. Together we can find a way to fix everything." She took a breath and lowered her voice. "Let me confess something. My choice of Vittorino came from a bad feeling. It was not only a way to keep them apart, but also a small punishment for her. Forgive me, Reverend. I gave in to my wounded pride." She looked down for a second, then raised her eyes again. "But let us forget Vittorino. I agree he is not worthy of her. He was a good young man, but not educated like Lala. Let's talk about someone else. We can find him a job at the courthouse or even connect him with a businessman. Whatever happens, don't go against me. Help me solve this problem that has come up in my house." "Since when?" "I don't know. For months now. I suspected they were falling for each other, and I've done everything I could, but I see now that I can't do much. Still, You keep receiving her here. Yes, to watch her. I'd rather have her here than outside. So it's not because you care for her. It is because I care for her. Unfortunately, because I care for her. Who told you I don't like her? And a lot. But my son is another matter. She will not join this family. Donna Antonia took a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped her hands. Then she put it back and leaned back in her chair while I answered her. Even though she was much shorter than me, she held her head so proudly that she seemed to look down from above. I answered as best I could, with polite words. First, I explained how wrong it was to let them love each other, while keeping them apart it would only make them sin or suffer. I told her son was stubborn. The girl might not insist on marrying him if she knew it upset her protector. But it was also possible that being looked down on would anger her. And knowing she had won Felix's heart might tempt her to take him away from his mother. Then there was education, the point I stressed most. Her education, her way of life, the world she lived in, all of it would make it painful for her to end up with someone beneath her. And finally, and here I smiled gently, asking forgiveness with my eyes finally, she was a woman. Vanity, which is hard to bear in men, is an even worse sin in women because it suits them so well. Lala would not be an exception. If she married into wealth and inherited, along with her husband, the respect and status of the old house, that power would grow inside her. It would give her strength. And then she would fight. I stopped there. Donna Antonia said nothing. She just looked at the floor. Felix stood by the chapel's front, near the yard, with Lau beside him. Two young boys from the house were tugging at the old coat of the bell ringer, a ragged thing Felix had given him just days before. Lau caught them festooned by the shirt collar, the other by the ear, stopping them from chasing the poor man as he shuffled away, muttering under his breath. She spoke calmly, explaining what had happened. Felix listened in silence, smiling. He liked seeing her kind like this, firm but gentle. I turned to look at Donna Antonia. Her face was tense. Her forehead creased. Maybe she even went pale. I didn't know then why she looked so shaken. But when I turned back outside, I saw her son standing close to the girl. He had just joined them. That was it. That was why. They began to talk softly. Felix took one of the boys gently by the arm and pulled him close, while Lala held the other. It was just an excuse, really a way to stand near each other without drawing attention. But they did not need excuses. You could see it in their eyes, in the way they leaned slightly forward, in how their voices dropped, meant for no one else. Donna Antonia stepped back quickly, moving away from the window. She rose to her feet and walked toward the dresser, careful not to be seen. I think it was the first time she had seen them together like that, so close, so easy, so unaware of anything beyond each other. I stayed where I was. I kept watching. We couldn't hear their words, but we didn't need to. They were speaking about more than the children, more than the bell ringer, more than the moment. Their silence said it all. A glance, a pause, a small smile that was enough. Sometimes his lips stopped forming the psalms he had been reciting. His eyes would take over, saying what the words could not. Then he'd go back to the chant, soft and low. It was the same song lovers have sung forever, Alleluia. Always alleluia. I forced myself to keep looking. I refused to turn away. I needed to face the truth. There would be no hope for me. No future in this feeling. So I watched them closely, trying to kill every selfish thought inside me, not with anger, but with clear sight. I imagined what they might be saying. And worse, I imagined what they were not saying, the things hidden behind their smiles, in the way they stood, in the quiet warmth between them. All of it written on their faces. All of it real. All of it beyond my reach. Lala was no longer a child. She stood there as a woman now, quiet and changed, nothing left of the playful girl she used to be in everyday life. Her hands rested on the boy's shoulder. Sometimes she looked at his close-cropped hair and listened only to Felix's words. Other times she raised her eyes to the young man, watching him in silence or while speaking. But his gaze never left her. He watched her with steady focus, as if afraid to miss a single moment. Behind me, Donna Antonia moved closer to the window again. She stayed farther back this time, hidden by the dark shadows of the sacristy. I turned to her and said our spying was allowed by divine right, that heaven itself had given us this chance to see what was not meant for our eyes. Donna Antonia, who usually disliked deep thoughts, understood even less at that moment. Maybe she didn't hear me at all. She kept staring at the two young people, eager to catch their every move, afraid to guess what might be growing between them. You must admit one thing, I told her. You must agree they seem made for each other. Look how they talk. Watch her manners, the dignity she carries, and at the same time, such softness. And he acts as if he wants to forget he's the heir to the house. I'm not sure if I should say this, but I will, if you allow it. Donna Antonia turned to me, her face questioning but kind. I'll say it plainly, I went on. If someone switched their place as if she were introduced as your daughter, and he as the family's lawyer, no one would doubt it. No one would question a thing. She stepped away from the window without answering. Then, after a short pause, she came back, drawn by curiosity. Her eyes searched the faces of the two, trying to read what words could not say. After several minutes, still thinking about my last words, she replied with irony and sadness. Lawyer? That's too much. Call him coachman instead. I made a small gesture of regret. Then I asked her to forgive me for speaking so colorfully. I didn't mean to suggest anything improper. All I wanted to say was that the girl's grace made her seem like the true lady of the house. And the young man's polite behavior, which suited him so well, could make others believe he held a different position of service, yes, but a respected one. A gentleman's servant, if you will. That's all I meant. And she should notice that difference. Donna Antonia listened to me with her mind elsewhere, restless and distant, her eyes darting from the window to the door. When at last the two figures parted him, heading toward the front of the chapel, which opened onto the public path. And her turning the opposite way, toward the house, she slowly sat back down in the chair she had left earlier. She took a deep breath, as if releasing something heavy she had been holding inside. She shook her head 2 or 3 times, then spoke without looking at me. I have no one to blame, she said. It is all my fault. Suddenly, she turned her face toward me and stared. Her expression changed, as if a light had passed through her. I waited for her to speak again, but she stayed silent. She just looked at me, then looked again, adjusted her face, and stood up. "Let us go." I did not move right away. I thought she had just come up with some plan to get what she wanted. So I told her straight out he could not hide it anymore. Not in this moment. Donna Antonia answered calmly that she had found nothing, searched for nothing. She invited me to leave. I insisted. I said I was afraid. If she was thinking of doing something bold, she should tell me first, so I could stop them before they were caught by surprise. She listened without interrupting. At first, she said nothing. Then, after a few seconds, she spoke in words that were not clear, not simple, but twisted and hard to follow. She needed me on her side, she said, but only after I knew the truth. Not before. Only after. The truth? I repeated. What truth? Let us go now. Tell me everything. This is the moment. We are close to God. At the sound of that word, Donna Antonia shivered. She moved quickly toward the door of the sacristy. I stood and followed. Outside, I found her just a few steps from the entrance. She told me she was going to check the rooms across the yard because guests from the countryside were expected. Then she walked away. I went down the stone steps, crossed the courtyard near the cistern, and returned to the library. My heart was racing. My thoughts were loud. I closed the door behind me and leaned against it. Something was about to happen. I could feel it in the air, in the silence, in the way she had looked at me. And I knew, deep down, that nothing would ever be the same again. What truth could this be? One that seemed to run away just as it was being revealed. A truth so powerful, it would make me switch places with someone else, if only I came to know it. I had to tear it from him, force it out, but the best chance was already slipping away. The air between us felt heavy, like the quiet before a storm, and I could feel my heart beating faster. João Nunes stood there, his eyes avoiding mine, his hands trembling slightly at his sides. He knew something about the old house, about the family, maybe even about me. I took a step closer. "Tell me," I said, my voice low but firm. "Whatever it is, I need to hear it." He shook his head, not in denial but in fear. "Some truths," he whispered, "are heavier than stones. Once you carry them, you never walk the same again." I didn't look away. "Then let me carry it. I'm already walking with shadows. What's one more weight?" He swallowed hard, his throat moving like he was tasting something bitter. Outside, the wind pushed against the shutters, creaking like old bones. The house remembered things. That much I knew. And now it seemed, the past was ready to speak. "You were not born to this name," he finally said, each word coming slower than the last. "You were not born into this family by blood. You were brought here, placed here when you were just a child." The words hit me like cold water. I wanted to laugh, to call him mad, but something deep inside a quiet voice I had ignored for years whispered that it made sense. The way people looked at me sometimes, not quite as one of them. The way Donna Esther hesitated before calling me son. "And who?" I asked, my mouth dry. "Was I before this?" João Nunes lifted his eyes. For the first time, He met my gaze. "That," he said, "is the part I don't know. But the woman who brought you, she wore black from head to toe. She did not speak. She only handed you over and left without a sound." I stepped back, my legs weak. The room tilted. My whole life, built on a lie I never saw. Not a lie of malice, perhaps, but a lie all the same. And now, standing in that dusty parlor of the old house, I realized the ground beneath me had always been shaky. The name I carried, the place I thought I belonged, it was all borrowed. But if I wasn't who I believed, then who was I? The question hung in the air, loud and unanswered. And the house, silent as ever, kept its secrets close. Chapter 6. The next day I arrived earlier at the old house, hoping to get there before the guests Donna Antonia was expecting from the countryside. But they had already come. They arrived the night before around evening prayer time. One of them, Colonel Raimundo, stood on the front porch. He recognized me at once and came over to ask how the story about Pedro Primero was going. Without waiting for my answer, he said he could give me good information. He had known the emperor well. He had been present when the Constituent Assembly was dissolved. In fact, he had sat in the public galleries during that long session, listening to speeches by Montezuma and others while eating bread and cheese he bought on Rua de Cadaya late at night. It had been a terrible night. "Will your most reverend lord write all of this down?" he asked. "Everything I learn," I replied. "Well then, I will give you something worth writing." We began walking slowly along the wide porch. How selfish scholars can be. The chance to gather documents and anecdotes for my book made me forget the most important matters of those days. I gave myself completely to the colonel's conversation. As we already know, he was a relative by marriage brother to the brother-in-law of Donna Antonia's husband, and he had been a close friend and companion to the man. We talked for about half an hour. He told me many things about that time, some of which I had to draw out of him, because he did not always see the value in certain events. "Oh, that has no interest," he would say. "But tell me, please tell me." "It might be useful," I insisted. Then he would share what he remembered a visit, a conversation, a remarquand. I listened carefully, memorizing each word so I could later write it down, which is exactly what I did a few hours afterward. Little by little, Colonel Raimundo began to feel flattered by the idea that his words might appear in print. His stories grew more detailed, even trivial, old family cases, personal jokes, and finally tales from his military life. "Antonia!" he called out, seeing his female relative step onto the porch. "This priest of yours knows where his head is." Donna Antonia made a quick, firm nod. But then, perhaps not wanting to seem unkind, she smiled and added that yes, he knew not only where his head was, but also where his heart was. Lalao arrived with the colonel's 2 daughters from outside, while an elderly lady came in from inside, walking slowly and leaning on the arm of a tall, slender young woman. "Come here, Baroness," Donna Antonia called out to her. They introduced me to the ladies. I soon learned that the Baroness was the grandmother of the girl beside her. They had been expected from Pati do Alferes in about 10 or 12 days, but they came earlier to attend the festival of Our Lady of Glory. That was what I gathered during the first few minutes of conversation. The Baroness sat down with her back against one of the columns, on a low chair someone handed her. Her granddaughter helped her carefully, adjusting her position with gentle care. I watched her for a moment. Thick white curls hung down both sides of her face, matching the color of her fine cotton lace cap. Her eyes were brown, and still bright, not dull at all. Sometimes they sparkled, especially when she spoke about politics. "Child, where is the book?" she asked her granddaughter. "Right here, grandmother." "Is it the same one as last time in Antonia?" It was the same novel she had read during her previous visit a year before, and now she wanted to read it again. St. Clair of the Islands, or The Exiles of Barra Island. She reached into her pocket, pulled out her glasses, then a small box of snuff, and placed both on her lap. Raimundo ran his hand over his beard and laughed. "Well then, the ladies will chat among themselves, and we'll go play a game of cards. What do you say, Most Reverend?" I nodded politely in agreement. "Felix is an excellent player, and so is Antonia. But we'll play just the three of us. Have you ever played with Felix? You're going to see he's sharp as 30 devils. Back on the farm he beats everyone. He takes after his father. If he ever joins Congress, believe me, he'll make quite an army just like his father, maybe even more. And let me tell you, I think it's not nearly enough to defeat that regency led by Lord Pedro de Araujo Lima." "Oh, here comes the colonel with his wild ideas again," said the old Baroness, opening her snuff box and offering me a pinch. I politely declined. Raimundo asked if she thought Araujo Lima was doing a bad job. He wondered if she would have preferred her friend Fijo instead. She answered back quickly, and as they spoke, I turned my eyes to Sinhazinha. She had just helped her grandmother get settled, and then moved quietly to sit with the other young women. Sinhazinha was nothing like Lalao. Her movements were slow, calm, full of stillness. Her eyes did not sparkle with wild energy the way Lalao's did, always jumping from one person to another, from corner to corner. But Sinhazinha was beautiful. She stood tall and slender, taller than nearly every other woman there, even taller than Lalao. That gave her a kind of quiet dignity, a presence that made her stand out. Yet this same grace was softened by her shyness. She seemed truly modest, not pretending, but really unsure of herself, the kind of quietness that grows in country homes, far from cities. When she arrived, she didn't look at me. Not even after she sat down. She kept her eyelids low, or she raised them. It was only to meet the eyes of the person she was speaking to. Her neck was slightly longer than usual, and she held her head high, so this habit might have looked like pride to someone who didn't know her. But it wasn't pride. It was just how she was. Her hair was her grandmother's favorite thing about her. The old lady often said Sinhazinha looked like a German girl because her hair had a reddish tone. But it wasn't just red, it was curly too. And when it was combed and tied back simply, almost carelessly, it gave her a soft charm, something natural and sweet. I spent no more than 2 or 3 minutes watching her. Then, as I compared her again with Lalao, I noticed something. Lalao was also studying Sinhazinha, but quietly, without letting anyone see. This wasn't the first time Lalao had seen her. It was the second or third time since Sinhazinha lost both parents and came from Rio Grande do Sul to live on her grandmother's farm. Lalao hadn't been there the year before, when Sinhazinha first arrived. Now, looking at her, Lala must have sensed a change as something better, stronger, more grown-up. "Reverend, shall we go?" the colonel asked me, finishing his reply to the Baroness. "Almost ready." "Where is my playing partner?" "Well, find him." "Antonia, could he have gone out?" Donna Antonia shook her head. "No, he hadn't left. He was probably checking on the animals that had come in from the fields, or maybe looking at the horse he had bought the day before." The horse was described at the colonel's request, and as she spoke, Donna Antonia moved closer to the young lady. When she reached her, she stopped, placed one hand on the girl's head, and with the other gently lifted her chin to look down at her face. Antonia," the girl said. "You're suffocating me." Donna Antonia made a mocking face, then leaned in and kissed the girl's forehead with such tenderness that I felt a pang of jealousy not for myself, but for the girl, as if someone had stolen a moment meant for her alone. Then she sat between all the women, and they welcomed her with great affection. Raimundo fell silent, watching the scene quietly. He loved his daughters deeply and enjoyed seeing them shown kindness. Just then, we heard footsteps in the next room, and moments later, Donna Antonia's son stepped onto the porch. "Well, well, hooray," cried the colonel. "We were waiting for you to start a solo game." Go ahead, said the Baroness, looking up from her book. "The colonel is dying to play cards." "It's lucky you arrived, because he came back from the farm in such a restless mood that he won't let me read in peace." "So, did you buy a horse?" These were small events, simple words, nothing important or truly meaningful. They did not comfort me after the interruption of what I had willingly begun. But that day, this was not even my worst feeling. We moved from there to the card table, in a room on the opposite side of the house, right next to Felix's bedroom. As the colonel counted points, he told us the Baroness had been thinking about arranging a marriage for her granddaughter, though no suitor had been chosen yet. "It was just an idea," he said. But it seemed the old woman felt weak and feared dying before seeing her granddaughter married. That was what the Rosario family from Iguazu had told him. They were close friends of hers, almost like relatives. Then, turning to Felix with a smile, the colonel said, "There's a fine plan for you." "Oh, come on," muttered the young man. "What do you mean, come on?" The colonel shot back, staring at him while shuffling and dealing the cards. "In telling you Agonet would be a good match. I think she's very pretty. In fact, and you, most reverend, please cover your ears. See, think she's a real catch." The father had raised her well, that much was true. And then there were the farms too, for sure, maybe even 3, though one of them had lost value over the years. 2 large estates, each with 700 head of cattle or more, rich land, top quality, and plenty of silver coins stored away. No other heir in sight. "Just one," the young man said, cutting in. "Both of us passed. He played and lost. It wasn't really about the game. It was just a way to stop the relative from talking." But the colonel was not a man who let things go. A moment later, he returned to the subject. He said that, despite his age and poor health, if the girl agreed, he would marry her himself. Then he quickly took it back. No, it could never happen. He was an old mule, worn out, not the man he once was, not like in the days of the king, or even after. And then he began telling a story from 1815, full of pride and old glory. The relative showing respect told him either to play or they would leave. For my part, I was growing tired. The colonel's opinion about marrying the cousin to Sinhazinha, along with Dona Antonia's warm affection toward the girl, made me think something might already be planned. Even if nothing was certain, Raimundo, being so open and talkative, would surely hint at it to his aunt. That possibility felt like an answer to everything. I do not know if Felix suspected the same thing, but it was clear he played absent-mindedly, silent for several minutes. This made the colonel suddenly turn to us and say we were dreaming, lost in another world. He had not come all the way from the countryside to sit around looking gloomy. If we would not play cards, he warned, he would head straight to the Frenchwomen on Rua do Ouvidor. Once again, Felix stepped in to quiet his uncle's wild imagination. To change the subject, he began speaking of other entertainments, the famous magician, whose name was on everyone's lips at the time, though I cannot now recall it, masked balls, and the theaters. He described the plots of the plays then showing on stage, and mentioned a particular comedy that had made the colonel laugh hard during his last trip from the farm. Raimundo listened with childlike faith to every word, as if these stories were real events, like hearing news of a knife fight in the street, something that had truly happened, not just imagined. He was not a bad man, and he was a wonderful father. Right away, he said he wouldn't miss the theater show for anything, and that he would bring his candongas, that's what he called his daughters. We kept playing cards until just before dinner time. While the men went to the stables to check on the horses that had arrived, I walked into the main room. There I found Dona Mafalda, Lalao's aunt, who had come to take her to the novenas at Gloria Church. The girl would return after the celebration. It seemed to me that Lalao agreed to go, but not happily. On the other hand, I didn't hear Dona Antonia say numero. Only the three of them were there. The guests from the farm had stepped away for a short rest. A moment later, Raimundo and Felix came in. Raimundo invited me to go riding with him and his nephew. But I don't know how to ride, I said. Don't say that, he replied. Then he turned to his nephew. Well, go, just the two of us. Want we, Nantonia? I want. You will, Sinhazinha. Sinhasina is a real rider. She knows how. That name again. People like me, when we feel afraid or worried, start seeing signs everywhere, even in things that have nothing to do with our fears. I began to believe more and more that the colonel really was a strong, fearless man. And I started to worry that Felix might not say no for long if offered a fine, graceful bride and all the money that would come with her. I looked at Felix. He was talking with Lalao's aunt. Did you get it? The colonel called out from across the room. Not today. Maybe tomorrow? After lunch, she answered. You never miss the novenas at Gloria, do you? Felix said to Dona Mafalda. It's an old devotion of mine, she replied. And I like going with Lalao, because her mother was also very devoted to Our Lady of Glory. Do you remember, Antonia? But don't worry, on the 16th, we'll be back here. No, Felix interrupted. Come and have dinner with us on the day of Gloria. Come in the morning. We'll have Mass in the chapel. And what's the difference between a sung Mass and a spoken one? Isn't that right, Reverend Sir? I nodded in agreement. Miss Antonia bit her lower lip and had no time to speak, because the girl's aunt quickly agreed to bring her on the morning of the 15th. Lalou gave her a grateful look with his eyes. Even so, despite the young man's hopeful mood, I felt uneasy. At dinner, they noticed I was quiet and distracted. When asked, I said only that I felt guilty for wasting the best hours of the day playing games instead of working. I told Miss Antonia that I would soon finish my research. As evening fell, Lalou and the aunt said their goodbyes. I offered to walk them home, but it wasn't necessary. Miss Antonia had already ordered the carriage to be ready. Miss Antonia always goes to such trouble, said Mafalda, thanking her. It's not me who suffers, replied Miss Antonia with a laugh. The ones who suffer are the poor horses. Instead of waiting at the door below the book room, the carriage came around to the front of the porch, where we all stood together. By then, Lal's discomfort was clear. If he truly preferred his mother above all, as he once told me, I believe he still liked Miss Antonia and Old House more than his aunt's company. Now there were also guests in the house, bringing new energy and changes to Old House. And perhaps, though I cannot say for sure, he shared some of the worries I carried inside. He said goodbye with difficulty. Miss Antonia, though she opposed his presence, still loved him in her way. She held out her hand for him to kiss, and when she saw him leaving, she pulled him close and kissed his face again and again. Be careful now, she said. No mischief. The aunt and niece walked down the porch steps. Just as I moved to help them into the carriage, the lady of the house's son stepped in front of me. He gently took each woman's hand with kindness and grace, helping them inside. Goodbye, Miss Antonia, called the girl, leaning her head through the leather curtains of the carriage. Then she closed them, after giving me one last look with her eyes. I stood at the top of the stairs and answered her silent farewell with a look of my own. Then I turned back to the others. The carriage rolled away slowly down the road, and the young man climbed the steps again, returning to the house. The colonel laughed as he spoke. "Na Antonia," he said, using the old family nickname for her, "your son here would make a fine palace chamberlain." Donna Antonia did not laugh. Her eyebrows pulled together, forming a deep line across her forehead. She turned her dark eyes toward her son, silent but full of warning. It was that moment the careless joke, the sharp look, the weight of years unspoken that finally tipped the balance in Donna Antonia's mind. What happened next was not sudden, not really. It had been growing inside her quietly, like roots under stone. But if one had to name the spark, the exact point where things changed, it would be this: her husband's laughter and her son's quiet face. From that second on, she knew what she would do. Chapter 7. It was on the porch, the next morning. When I arrived, Donna Antonia was there alone, walking slowly back and forth. The Baroness had gone inside, and the others had already ridden off on horseback. They had waited a little while for me, hoping I would see them before they left, but I came too late. Why hadn't I come earlier? I couldn't help it. I had been busy hearing the bad news from the south. "Is that so?" she asked. I told her what I knew about the rebellion. But as I spoke, I noticed her eyes were empty, not really listening. Her gaze moved without focus, seeing nothing. As soon as I realized this, I stopped talking mid-sentence. She stood quiet for a moment. Then she said, almost to herself, "Ah, so the rebels." She repeated the words softly, then mumbled a few others, but the words didn't connect. There was no life in them, no real feeling. Something else was weighing on her mind, something closer to home. While the country faced a revolt, she was fighting one of her own. And in her heart, the private crisis mattered far more than the public one. That's only natural, I thought. I decided to leave and go to my papers. When I asked her permission to go, she looked at me without speaking and gently held my wrist. "Already," she finally said. "I need to get to work," I replied. Donna Antonia hesitated. Then with sudden determination she said, "Wait. Listen to me." I told her I was ready to hear whatever she wanted to say, and I waited. She passed her hand over her eyes, shook her head slightly, and then asked if I suspected any absolute reason why her son could not marry Lalau. "An absolute reason?" I asked. "Yes," she whispered, "afraid." She looked down, then up again, then down, her face flushed with shame. For a brief second, a terrible idea crossed my mind. Could Lala be her daughter? But I pushed the thought away at once. That kind of secret a mother would never tell a man, not even a priest. She would confess it first to the girl herself. No, that wasn't it. So what could it be? Another suspicion came to me. I asked her to tell me the truth, to explain everything. "It's already explained," she said quietly. "Your husband?" I asked. Donna Antonia nodded. She turned her eyes away. Her face was red, like sealed wax. He wanted to go inside, but he stopped. He took a few steps to the end of the porch, then turned back and sat in the chair closest to him, between two doors. He put his arms on his knees, rested his head in his hands, and stayed like that. I stood there, surprised, unable to think of anything to say, nothing at all. I just stared at the floor tiles, lost in silence. And we remained that way for a long time. We were interrupted by a young servant boy, who came asking the lady for a key. She handed him the whole bunch. After that, she stayed seated, but this time, she did not rest her head in her hands. Her face did not show clear sadness or calm acceptance. Instead, it showed discomfort, maybe even worry. I did not notice this right away. It came to me later as I thought back over her words and actions. Still, it never crossed my mind that this moral and religious obstacle might just be an excuse made up for the moment. I walked toward her and held out my hands. She gave me hers. I gently squeezed them and said, "You should not have added the weight of circumstance to the tragedy of birth. You should not have let things go so far by accident, only to tear them apart now beyond repair." Donna Antonia whispered a few words and response words about shyness, trust, hope. She spoke of plans to marry the girl to someone else, or to send her son to Europe. Her hands trembled slightly. Maybe she felt it too, because she pulled them away and crossed her arms tightly. "Well," I told her, "now they must be separated." "It hurts me deeply," she said. "I truly care for her." I raised her as if she were my own daughter. "It is urgent that they be separated. That's exactly why I need your help." I don't dare take any step myself. I don't even know what I could do. You, your most reverend sir, who cares for both of theme and I believe you care for me as well, would know how to find a solution. My son is determined to move forward. But with your intervention, can I count on you? I have already involved myself too much, I replied. I came here to receive a favor, and instead I find myself in the middle of a painful story. Donna Antonia spoke in a soft voice, as if afraid someone might hear. It would have been better if you had only collected papers, she said. Please say no more. It is over. Besides, a priest cannot regret trying to do something good. Your intention was kind. What happened cannot be undone. Now we must find a way to fix it. Will you really be so selfish as to refuse helping me? I have no one else. The colonel is confused, lost in his own thoughts. And even if I wanted to act for myself alone, I could not. Please help me. She stood up suddenly and walked quietly to one of the doors that led into the main room. She looked through carefully, then came back. Her fear made sense. I did not think less of her for being careful. When she sat again and looked at me, waiting for an answer, I told her I needed time to think, to steady myself. Her words had shocked me. It is not like a sudden flood, I added. Lalau is away for a few days. I will think slowly, step by step. Then I looked at her and said, Will I help you? Yes, I believe I must now, since things have changed. I did not cause the feelings between them, but I supported those feelings. I was ready to bless their union. You were very careless. I admit it, she replied. And now you want to destroy everything. She moved her lips in a way that almost looked like a smile, but it was not joy. It was doubt. If I had to put it in words, she simply did not believe that separating the two young people would bring lasting pain. She had married because her parents chose the man, and all her friends and relatives had done the same. To her, this was the natural order. She could not truly understand that another way of loving might exist on older and deeper than duty or family plans. At first, she thought her own will was enough to set things right. When her efforts only made the confusion worse, her frustration grew. In time, that frustration turned into fear. Yet even now, she believed the worst result of separation would be some tears, nothing more. We will talk tomorrow, or the day after, I told her. Then I left her and went to my books. When I walked into their sitting room, I stopped in front of the portrait of the former minister and stared for a few moments at his mouth, which had seemed greedy to me ever since I first saw it. I looked at him and said silently, You are dead. You lived your pleasures, and now you rest. But here are the rotten fruits of your lack of contraland. It is your very own children who will have to eat them. I was angry. So angry that I felt like breaking something. I sat down, then stood up again, went to the window, and finally began walking back and forth across the room, my thoughts scattered and confused. The books on the shelves seemed to watch me. Maybe they whispered among themselves, mocking me, saying that they were peace and life, while I suffered the consequences of having left them behind to enter the struggle of the real world. It never even crossed my mind that Donna Antonia's revelation might not be true. She was such a serious woman, so grave, that her words carried too much weight to doubt. I didn't think about my own part in what happened either. In truth, it was I who had spoken the words she repeated in her mind. If I had stayed silent, would she have said them at all? Probably not. Maybe she wouldn't have had the courage to lie. Her heart, touched by cunning, found support in my silence and spoke through it. That's how human life goes. The smallest thing can make everything complicated. Half an hour later, or maybe more, I heard a noise outside, horses approaching slowly. It was the riders coming back. I went to the window. One of the colonel's daughters rode ahead with her father. The other daughter and Sinhazinha followed close behind, with the young man between them. Felix was talking to Sinhazinha, and she listened, looking straight at him without shyness or hesitation, just as she had on the porch. Maybe it was the horse that gave the girl from Rio Grande do Sul back her confidence and natural boldness. Caught up in one thought, I let it shape everything else, and from the ease between the two of them, I concluded they might easily come to love each other. Sinhazina listened carefully, her face bright with laughter. Her neck stretched forward as she held the reins in her left hand and gently tapped the horse's head with the tip of her small whip. "Most Reverend," shouted the colonel, stopping beneath the window. "The rebels have invaded Santa Catarina. They've entered Laguna, and the loyal troops have run away. If I were in charge of the government, I would order every one of them to be shot just to set an example." The young servants were already there at the door, placing wooden benches for the girls to step down from the carriage. Everyone got off and went inside. A few minutes later, Raimundo and Felix walked into the room, their spurs dragging noisily across the floor. I think Raimundo still had his whip in hand, I'm not sure. But I clearly remember him grabbing me by the shoulders and speaking fiercely about Bento Gonçalves, and especially about the ministers, whom he said were useless and should all be removed at once. "The best thing we can do," he said, "is to declare the emperor the rightful ruler right now. Give me 50 men, even 25 would be enough, and if I don't place the emperor back on the throne and throw those ministers out into the street within 2 hours, then I'm ready to lose my life and my soul." Cowards. Nothing but cowards. He said the whole country was rising up, both in the north and in the south. Now they were talking about sending troops, and General Andrea might be put in command. But that meant nothing. Just patchwork solutions. What the nation really needed was fresh blood. Too much talk, too many empty words. The colonel was furious, breathing hard like a bull. His nephew tried to calm him by saying a few quiet words here and there, but it did no good, maybe even made things worse. Finally, angry at being interrupted, the colonel turned sharply to Felix and shouted, "If your father were alive, things would be very different." Then he pointed to a portrait hanging on the wall and said, "That man was no man of peace." He looked at me and added, "You know he wasn't a soldier, right? But he was a true man of honor. Look closely at those eyes. Can't you see life in them? Strength of will. Oh, maybe a bit sly, yes. I admit that," he said with a teasing smile. "Uncle Raimundo," begged Felix. The colonel laughed again, shaking his head as if remembering something sweet from long ago. "Cheats," I said. "No, not cheats in the sense of thieves or liars. I mean cheats when it comes to love." He was a sly one with women, he went on, still smiling, completely forgetting now about the rebellion he had been so angry about just moments before. When your most reverend self changes that serious face of yours and brings me a happier one, I'll tell you some of his adventures. Just look at those eyes, and you wouldn't believe how charming he could be, how smooth, how full of tricks to win hearts. At that moment, Felix left the room. I walked over and sat down at the desk. The colonel did not speak again about the past or the man we were discussing. Instead, he turned and began to undress for the evening. He didn't come near me again until dinner time. Probably because his nephew kept him busy, stopping him from bothering me while I looked through papers as if I had any important papers in my mind to sort through anyway. But those words stayed with me. They rang in my ears like a bell struck once and never silenced. Cheats with women. Cheats with women. Over and over the phrase played in my thoughts. And suddenly, everything felt clear. Everything made sense. There were no doubts left. It was all right there, plain and true, as if a curtain had been pulled back from a window I hadn't even known was closed. Chapter 8. He could not hesitate for long. I stopped going to the old house for 3 days. Then I went back and invited Felix to have dinner with me the next day. We ate early, and after that, we walked to the public promenade, which was close to my home. As we strolled along the paths under the trees, I turned to him and said, "You know I am your friend, don't you?" "I know," he replied, frowning slightly. "Don't worry. What I have to tell you is hard, but it comes from care, not harm. I know you love your mother. And she deserves that love not just because she is your mother, but because everything she does, even when it seems to go against you, is done for your good and for the truth." Felix frowned again, more deeply this time. I can tell there is something difficult coming, something that will hurt me. "Go on. Say it quickly." "I will," I answered, "even though it pains me. Believe me, it does pain me. But it must be said, forget that young woman. Don't look at me like that. You may think I am now under your mother's influence. I do think that. If only that were true," I said. "Because then you would ignore both of us and marry her if you wished. But that cannot happen. You cannot marry her. You must forget her. Forget her completely, once and for all. God does not allow it, God or the devil, since the first act came from evil, but you must let her go. Your father carried a great sin." At this, he looked at me with fear in his eyes and begged me to tell him everything. It was hard for me to speak, but I told him what his mother had revealed to me in confidence. The effect on him was deep and painful. He stood still, as if struck by lightning. His face lost color. But slowly, the feelings of decency and faith began to calm the storm inside him. I wanted to keep talking, to help him carry the weight. But he did not want to stay. He could not. And I understood he was overwhelmed. He spoke little, his mind distant or lost in thought. After a few minutes, he said goodbye and walked away. He did not go straight home, as I learned later. Instead, he wandered the streets for hours, turning over in his memory every harsh word I had spoken. He only returned after 8 o'clock at night and went directly to his room. His mother was anxious. She had sensed what I would say and she feared he might do something reckless. Later, I believe she regretted telling me the secret at all. It was clear that as soon as Donna Antonia heard her son had arrived, she went straight to see him. Felix didn't tell her anything, but the look on his face said everything. She saw right away how deeply he was hurting. He told her only that he had a headache and asked to be left alone. He came to my house the next day and told me all of this himself. He thanked me once more, but then mentioned how strange his mother's silence had been. I tried to explain it in my own way. Of course, it was hard for her to speak up. It made sense she would want to try every other path before taking that one. Whatever the reason, he said, I'm cured now. The night helped me. The feelings I had for that girl have changed into something else. And believe me, in my mind I already call her sister. Believe me even more when I say I find something special in this maybe, because I've always been an only child. I squeezed his hand, showing I agreed. To be honest, I hadn't expected him to accept it so quickly. I thought I'd have to watch him suffer, maybe even cry. But things turned out better than I feared. After a few quiet moments, he asked me what I thought about telling the young woman the truth. I admitted already thought about it, but hadn't made up my mind. It was a hard question. Still, I couldn't find any good reason to avoid it forever. After talking it through, we decided not to say anything for now. Only if there was no other way out would we speak. The days that followed were tense. Donna Antonia's guests noticed something different in the family, something they weren't used to seeing. The Baroness decided she would return to her farm soon after the Festa de Gloria. As for Sinha, I can't say for sure if she noticed anything. She kept acting just like she did on the first day, calm, polite, unchanged. The idea of marrying her to Donna Antonia's son started to feel not just natural, but necessary. I spoke with her and found she was smart, gentle, and easy to talk to even if she seemed a little distant. That's how she appeared, at least. She would marry him or someone else, depending on what her grandmother wanted. On the 15th, Lala was supposed to come to the house. I knew about it, and even though I had been specially invited to dinner, I chose not to go. I did not go. I could not bring myself to witness the first meeting between the girl's loud, overflowing joy and the young man's cold distance. The thought of it weighed on me too heavily. I stayed away for 5 days. Then, on August 20th, I finally appeared. When I arrived, the house felt quieter than before, as if everyone were holding their breath. The girl, bright-eyed, always in motion, was nowhere to be seen at first. I asked about her, and the maid said she was in the garden, but her voice carried a hesitation I had not noticed before. The young man sat in the parlor, reading a book he did not turn. His face showed nothing, not even impatience. Only stillness. I greeted him, and he looked up with polite surprise, as if my presence were expected but not truly welcome. We exchanged a few words, nothing important. He spoke slowly, carefully, like someone measuring each step on thin ice. Later, I walked to the garden. She was there, standing by the old fountain, her hands folded in front of her. She turned when she heard me, and for a moment, her face lit up the way it used to, warm, open, full of life. But then she glanced toward the house, and her smile softened, faded, as if reminded of something she could not change. I did not need to see them together to understand what had passed between them. The silence told me enough. Chapter 9. On the 20th, I saw it all clearly. Everything had changed. Lala was suspicious and sad. Felix distant and cold. He came to me that day to tell me what had happened, and in the end he admitted that the girl's emotional state needed my help. He said he could not change his behavior toward her. He didn't want to encourage a feeling that had no future. But neither did he dare tell her about this new situation. I, however, could speak to her without tension, and it would be better for everyone if I did. "I don't know," I said after thinking for a moment. "And her mother?" "Mother is perfectly fine with her. In fact, she seems even more tender than before. Didn't I tell you? Mother truly cares for her." "Has she said anything to her?" "I don't think so." After a pause he added, "And Allah wouldn't say it herself either. Some truths are hard to speak aloud, but they're impossible to say directly to the person involved. Please, do something. Help us out of this uncertainty." "All right," I replied. "I'll see. I won't promise anything, but I'll see." We were in the book room when Lala appeared at the door. She stood there for a few seconds, then rushed over to me loud, exaggerated, playful on purpose, almost defiant. But her attention wasn't really on me. Her eyes darted around, searching for Felix's reactions. He stayed silent, pretending to look at the books. Lala asked me where I had been, why I hadn't come by, if I had forgotten her, if I was ungrateful. She joked that she was ready to forget me too, and already had a priest in Minda Cannon, she said, a heavy smoker, very ugly, with a large head. She said all this in a way that hurt not just me, but her too, I'm sure. And Felix couldn't bear it. He didn't stay long. He walked to the window, stayed there briefly, then told me he was going to check on the horses and left. The moment he was gone, Lala broke. She collapsed into a chair in the corner of the room and began to cry deep, helpless sobs that filled the silence he had left behind. The explosion stunned me. I ran to her, grabbed her hands, and she clutched mine tightly. She said she was miserable, that no one wanted her anymore, that she had suffered terribly that day so much, so deeply. We never spoke directly about the emotion crushing her now, but no confession was needed. "I don't understand anything," she said. "I only know I'm hurting, I'm crying, and I'm leaving." "Why? Do you know why?" I gave her no answer. "Of course, nobody knows anything," she went on. "The one who knows everything is already on his way to the countryside. It should be this way. I'm worth nothing. I am nothing. I don't have a baroness for a grandmother. I'm just a poor dependent girl." Then her voice rose again. "But then why did they deceive me for so long? Was it all just to mock me?" And once more she began to cry, even though I stood right in front of her, begging her to be quiet, warning her that someone might hear. But for several minutes, she heard nothing. When at last her tears slowed and she wiped her eyes, she looked truly pitiful. Her face now showed only pain and exhaustion. The anger had faded, the sharp bitterness of a young woman overlooked because of her low status. I sat beside her and told her she needed patience, that sorrow was the main part of life, while joy was rare, an exception. I said all of the things religion would suggest, hoping she might accept her fate with peace. Leilao listened with blank eyes, sometimes staring into space, sometimes breaking silence with a faint, sad smile. I knew I had to tell her everything. But here, I admit, I could not find the words. The news was too serious. The impact would be too strong. Even though she believed she'd been abandoned for another woman, some small hope must still have lived quietly in her heart. And as long as the heart holds hope, nothing is truly lost. But the truth about her parentage, that would end all hope. Not knowing how to say it, I kept speaking vaguely, repeating empty comforts. At first, she listened without interest. Then suddenly she turned to me, looked straight into my eyes and asked, "Is it really over? Is everything truly lost?" Seeing that I said nothing, she pleaded, "Please, for the love of God, tell me everything." "Come on, calm down," I said. "I can't calm down, just tell me." "I won't say a word until you do." "Then it'll never be calm. Tell me now." I took a breath and tried to steady my voice. "As long as you're upset, I can't speak. Listen, God writes straight even with crooked lines. Who knows what the future holds? I don't understand. Just tell me." Truth be told, no one could have been more awkward or tied up in fear than I was at that moment. I didn't dare speak the truth, yet all I did was feed her hunger to hear it. Lala kept pressing me, her eyes wide with worry. She grabbed my hands, kissed them, and that gesture hurt me deeply more than I expected. I stood up, walked 2 steps away, then turned back. "Not now," I said. "You're too shaken. But later, I'll tell you everything. It's something serious." "Serious? Then tell me now. Right now." She clung to me, begging me to speak. She swore she wouldn't tell a soul, that she would keep any secret if needed, but she couldn't live not knowing. She gave me no time to think. Every time I opened my mouth to delay, she cut me off, insisting it had to be now, this very moment. She called upon God, upon Our Lady, and asked me if this was how a priest should act, with silence and fear. "Will you promise to listen quietly?" I finally asked. "Yes, I promise," she said quickly, her eyes locked on mine, trembling with need. "It's very serious what I'm about to tell you. But tell me already." I took her hand and led her across the room, stopping in front of the portrait of the late counselor. The gesture felt dramatic, almost like theater, but it saved me from having to use words. I simply pointed and said, "There stands someone who must not be here, the father we both share." Lalao turned pale. Her eyes closed, her body swayed, and she nearly fell. I caught her just in time. Lalao understood gravity when she saw it. And this was beyond gravity, was extraordinary. After my words, she said nothing. She asked no questions. She only squeezed my hand tightly, then turned and left without another word. 2 days later, she went to stay with her aunt, saying it was for some family matare, don't know which one, but in truth, it was a separation. I went to see her there. When I arrived, I found her broken, quiet and worn down, as if the weight of the truth had taken years off her life in just a few days. Aunt spoke to me in private. She asked if something had happened at Donna Antonia's house. Her niece, when questioned, said Numero the aunt, wanted to go to the old house herself, but her niece stopped her, not gently, but firmly told her not to go. "There was nothing," she said at last. "The truth is, it's time I live in my own home, not someone else's. I'm a young woman now. I need to think about my life." Donna Mafalda did not find this reason convincing. Her niece had always loved the old house so much. Donna Antonia's family treated her like their own daughter. How could she leave so suddenly without warning? The aunt had never heard her speak of such plans before. What made it worse was that, since returning, the girl seemed sad, deeply sad. All these thoughts were fair. Still, to keep Donna Mafalda from going to the old house, I told her that the reason Lalao gave, even if not completely honest, was still a good one. It showed good sense to want to come back home. We were poor. She should get used to a simple life, not one of comfort and luxury, which might make her expect too much later on. I said nothing directly to Lalao. It would not have been right. The three of us sat together in the visiting room, which was also where we worked. Lalao tried to hide her sadness, but her fake calm did not fool me. I realized then that love still lived in her heart, a love that went against family ties, against what people thought was natural. I felt fear, almost disgust, toward human nature itself. But it wasn't only nature I blamed. I kept hating the memory of that man, the one who caused all this pain, all this silence. When I went back to the old house, I stayed quiet. Donna Antonia did not ask me what had happened with her guests or with her son, and I did not offer any answers. Days later, she told me something on her own. Felix's trip to Europe was no longer needed. Now she was thinking of marrying him off. She spoke openly about her hopes for Sinhazinha. To her, it seemed a perfect match. I nodded, showing my approval. Many days passed. My work was nearly finished. The old house in 1885 stood quiet, almost too quiet, as if it had forgotten how to laugh. I had gone through piles of papers, reread letters, taken careful notes. The colonel returned to the capital in mid-September to handle some legal documents. As soon as he walked in, he noticed the change. The girl's joy was gone. In its place was a heavy silence, and in his nephew Felix, something darker sadness, or maybe just emptiness. The colonel said nothing. Neither did Donna Antonia, at least not to me. Felix spent part of each day with me whenever I visited. He talked about plains industries, farming, I don't remember exactly. Maybe both. Maybe neither. His ideas were mixed, unclear. Nothing was fixed in his mind. Remember, this was the same man who once dreamed of becoming a deputy. Now, he just wanted distraction. Anything to numb the pain of what had just happened. And so, I agreed with him. I encouraged every idea, not because I believed in them, but because I saw they kept him moving. Time slowly began to work on both of them. Lalao didn't smile yet, and her voice wasn't as light as before, but she was calming down. She came by often in the afternoons, and each time I could see she was grateful not just for my visits, but for my presence. To her, I wasn't only a friend. I was a piece of her past, a link to the old house, to the life that used to be. Even though I had brought bad news, even though I had shattered her deepest hopes, she still welcomed me. There was kindness in her eyes, and trust. It didn't take long for me to think, she should marry. The idea came naturally. I spoke to her aunt about it, and she agreed at once. But she didn't say more. She just nodded, as if she had been thinking the same thing. I didn't know Victorino, the son of the carriage driver. So I asked her, what kind of man is he? Could he be a good husband? He is a good young man, she answered. Serious. And he has some money from his father's death. Does he have any education? Yes. His father wanted him to become a doctor, but the boy refused. Said he was happy with something simpler. I think he works now as a court clerk. A sworn clerk? I suggested. That's right, she said. Juramentado. Well then, I replied, maybe I can talk to her. Not directly. Just gently. As if I'm asking, not pushing. I'll see, she said. Leave it with me. A few days later, Donna Mafalda told me the result. Her niece didn't want to hear anything about marriage. Not now. Not ever, it seemed. The word alone made her turn away. Victorino seemed like a fine match to her, a good man who would treat her well. But deep down, she wanted nothing more than to stay single, to keep sewing clothes, helping her aunt, and not relying on anyone else. Marriage was never part of her plan. Hearing this made me think carefully about something. I decided to speak with Lady Antonia. I told her that since Lala was the daughter of her late husband, it would be right kind even to give the girl a small gift, something to protect her from poverty. Lady Antonia agreed at once. She was so happy with how things had turned out that giving something in return felt natural. But then she said something else, something quieter. She confessed to me that the best outcome, after making the donation and letting time pass, after her son was married, would be to have Lau come back to Old House. She missed the girl terribly. She admitted she could not live long without having her nearby. I repeated those last words to Lala when we were alone. She listened quietly, her eyes softening. I truly believe a tear almost came, but she held it back quickly, blinking hard, and changed the subject. It was Tuesday. On Wednesday, I was supposed to finish all my work at Old House, hand back the papers, and close this chapter for good. But that day, just before leaving, I found something. Something that changed everything. Chapter 10. I was putting everything away when I noticed one note was missing. It had been written that same day, and it wasn't easy to recreate. I hadn't copied it from just one page or one book. No, it came from many different books, scattered pieces gathered over hours of work. The thought of losing it annoyed me deeply. At first I searched in a rush, careless and impatient. When that failed, I started again, more slowly, more carefully. I opened each book I had used that day, one by one, checking every page, flipping through the pages gently, hoping the note would fall out. Nothing. Then, near the window gate, almost slipping through the bars and onto the ground below, I saw Ada's small piece of paper resting at the edge, nearly gone. Among the books I had checked was a handwritten report I had only partly read. Most of it contained nothing but copies of public documents, boring material, so I hadn't finished it. Still, I picked it up by the spine and shook it lightly, hoping the lost note might fall out if it was hiding inside. And something did fall. A tiny folded paper. I picked it up and unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was familiar. It belonged to the former minister. My heart slowed for a moment. This could be important. Maybe even useful. It was part of a letter, never finished, never sent. Addressed to a woman whose name wasn't written there. It spoke of a child, in words heavy with sadness. It could have been about any secret love. Or maybe, just maybe, it was about the same woman who gave birth to Lala. For a long moment, I stood still, unsure what to do. I almost put the paper back into the report, hiding it between the pages like it had never been found. But then I changed my mind. I slipped it into my pocket instead. I kept it. That night, at home, I read it again under the lamp. The words stayed with me. Have faith in me, and listen to what I say. Don't make a scene. Stay calm. And stop saying my name all the time. Come here as little as you can. And don't think about the little angel anymore. God is good. The message confused me. It didn't explain anything clearly. But I felt something in it, a hidden truth, close to the surface. So I decided to keep it anyway. Later that night, lying in bed, I began to wonder. Could this letter be connected to Lala's family? I remembered that her aunt had never told me why she left the old house so suddenly, so long ago. And I realized I had never asked. The next day, I asked the aunt for a meeting. She agreed, and we met early the following morning, while Lala was still asleep. I didn't waste time with small talk. I went straight to the point. I told her everything, every detail I had found, every suspicion I carried. Everything except one thing. The secret love between her niece and Dona Antonia's son. That part, she pretended not to know, and I let her keep pretending. Dona Mafalda listened with wide eyes, full of surprise and curiosity. She leaned forward, eager to know if Dona Antonia had been angry when she found out the truth. She was not angry, I told her. She forgave everything. Then why did they separate so quickly? She asked. I hesitated before answering. I understand, she said softly. I really do. I could see then that she already knew everything. But instead of being sad or shocked, she smiled happily. If that's all that caused the separation, she said, then it can be fixed. Everything can go back to how it was. After a short silence, she added, I will tell you everything. I wouldn't speak of this to anyone else, and under other circumstances, I might have said nothing at all. Dona Mafalda confirmed that her sister-in-law had indeed been in love with another man. But the former minister had never seen the child until they returned from the countryside, when little La was already 3 months old. He was not the father. That much was clear now. My heart began to race. I asked her for every detail she could remember, and she told me all of them. Each fact fit perfectly with what she was saying. Dates, names, small events, nothing contradicted her story. She even offered to show me the church records from the parish where the baby was born, and she said people from the village would say the same thing. All I wanted was for the obstacle to disappear, and for the two lovers to be happy again. Suddenly, I remembered part of the note I still carried in my pocket. I pulled it out and said, "But still, how could Donna Antonia believe there was a child? There must have been one." "There was a child," Donna Mafalda interrupted gently. "But that baby died after only a few months." I held the note in my hands and read it again. The words made sense now. "Do not think of the little angel anymore." Then Donna Mafalda told me the whole story of the baby's birth. The child had lived just 4 months. After that, she spoke of the long-hidden passion her sister-in-law had felt. Something she first noticed by chance, and later learned directly from her cousin, in a moment of deep sorrow. To Donna Mafalda, everything was now clear and certain. The past was no longer a mystery. The only thing left to do was to bring things back to the way they once were. But as I thought about it, I realized that if I told Donna Antonia this version of events, she would give me her own reasons in return, and I would have to weigh them all together. So I went to the old house and asked Donna Antonia for a private talk. She looked suspicious but agreed. We spoke in the book room while Felix was away. I told her everything I had just learned. At first, Donna Antonia listened with curiosity. Then her face changed, her eyes grew wide, her breath quickened. By the end, she was stunned, almost broken. I did not understand why she reacted so strongly. When I finished, I said gently that God must have taken the child as punishment for sin, and nothing now could stop her son from marrying the girl and starting fresh. Everyone could move on. But Donna Antonia trembled. She could not speak clearly. I did not recognize this woman before me. The calm, proud lady I knew had vanished. Worried, I asked her to explain what was happening. At first, she denied everything. Her voice was sharp, her hands tight around her shawl. But then, as if a dam had burst inside her, she confessed what no one could ever have guessed. She had known nothing about her husband's affairs. The story about Lalao being his son, she made it up. She invented it all to keep her son from marrying that girl. She spoke fast, her words tumbling out like water down a hill. She admitted it freely, shaken, almost unaware of what she was saying. I think if she had slept, if she had waited even one night, she might never have told me. But caught by surprise with the truth pressing against her chest, she gave it all away. And no wonder. The blow was deeper than I could imagine. All her life, she had believed in her marriage. She had trusted her husband completely. In her heart, he was a good man, faithful and true. After he died, she kept his memory alive like a sacred light. She honored him as a widow should, maybe even more. She raised her son alone, living off memories of a love she thought had been pure and lasting. Now, suddenly, she learns this. By lying, she accidentally spoke the truth. The man she loved, the man she defended, the man she called holy high had betrayed her. The shame she tried to create out of thin air was real after all. The world she built on trust cracked in an instant. When the first shock faded, Donna Antonia lifted her head. Her voice came back, slow and steady. She said the past was past. She regretted the lie, yes. But now she saw it. She had already begun to pay. This pain was part of her punishment. And for it to be complete, she must accept the rest. Which meant only one thing. She must allow the marriage. She must join the two young people together. not keep them apart. It was no longer about pride. It was about justice, about making right what she had twisted, even if by accident. So she would do it, not because she wanted to, but because it was time to stop running from the truth. He refused at first out of pride. Now, he agreed out of humility. Donna Antonia said this while trying hard not to cry. Her voice trembled, and it was clear the tears would come soon, tears of someone defeated twice, once in pride and once in love. I tried to comfort her. I asked for her forgiveness. For what? She asked. For what I have done, I said. Please believe me when I say I feel deeply sorry for the painful role fate has given me in all of this. Even now, when I came here happy, thinking I could fix everything, I end up fixing things with tears. There are no tears, Donna Antonia replied, rubbing her eyes. A moment later, she seemed calm again. She urged me to finish everything quickly. She could no longer bear the situation she herself had created. She wanted to bury new sorrows in whatever affection still remained. She insisted I go see the young woman that same day or the next, bring her back to the old house, but only after telling her the truth. She also asked me to be the one to correct the story she had told her son. As for herself, she said, she could not deal with such details. They were too painful, too improper. This word, improper, must have made me turn pale. At least, I think it did. She quickly tried to explain. She was not asking me to do anything shameful, she said. Only something that should not pass between a mother and her son. That was all. I accepted her explanation. And I accepted the task. I did not wait long before telling the son the truth. I shared with him the recent events and how everything had changed. Felix listened with growing emotion. He could not believe it. Again and again he asked if this was really true, or if there was another version. Could the girl's aunt have been mistaken? What about the note they had found? But I stopped him there. I confirmed everything. And my mother? He asked. Your mother? She already knows, of course. I hesitated. I did not want to tell him everything that had happened between Donna Antonia and me. There was no need to reveal how she had invented the lie. So I told him she knew the truth because I had told her so. I said she admitted she had been wrong and was glad to be corrected. Everything now seemed to move toward light, toward peace, and toward love. The next morning, I went to see Lala. After all the trouble this matter had brought me, I finally saw a way to set things right, and I wanted it done quickly, so they could all be happy. Only Lala remained. She noticed my good mood right away. I didn't know how to begin, but I told her I had some good news. What news? She asked. I chose my words carefully, gently respectful and honest, as the moment demanded. I told her everything, Donna Antonia's request, the plan for marriage, the hope that now filled their home. At first, she listened anxiously, then with growing fear. But when she heard the truth that the rumor was false, that her name was Saf, she lowered her eyes and said nothing. Come now, I said. The past is over. Let's move forward. Lala did not answer. She didn't move. When I pressed her, She shook her head. When I insisted again, she whispered, "No. Nothing has changed. The situation is still the same." I stared at her, stunned. "Please, explain," I asked. She took my hand in hers. Her voice trembled. "Don't make me speak of things that hurt me." "But what hurts you? Let's talk about something else." I admit E.T. lost my patience. I stood up, angry and offended. But she came after me, fast. "Forgive me," she said. "I never meant to hurt you. I couldn't. I'm grateful for everything you've done. I know you care about me. But I don't understand." "You do," she said. "If you want to. Then come with me. Talk to your old friend. She'll tell you how relieved she was to hear the truth wasn't true. For her, maybe. And for everyone else too. But not for me." She paused. "No matter what, I could never marry the son of the man who brought shame to my family." A long silence followed. Then she added, "Forgive me. Let's not speak of this again." I looked at her, shocked. After a while I said, "That sounds like pride." "No," she answered. "Not pride. I don't even know what pride is. What I do know is that I loved my mother more than anyone in this world. Didn't I tell you that once? I adored her. For me, she was on earth what Our Lady is in heaven. And this woman so kind, so holy, this saint." Her voice broke. She turned away. And I stood there, silent, realizing that some wounds don't heal with time. Some go deeper than shame. They touch the soul. No, please forgive me. Pride? It's not pride, it's shame. I truly feel ashamed. I know I was loved in the old house, and I could have been happy there, if only I were able to be happy at all. But I can't. I just can't. "Think about it a little more," I said. "I've already thought," she answered. "Think for 1 or 2 more nights. I'll come back tomorrow or the day after. Consider this. Your refusal might seem like a criticism or even an insult to your mother's memory." Lalao interrupted me. She was not blaming her mother. She loved her as much as ever, maybe even more. Then she asked me kindly, but firmly, not to speak of this matter again. I told her I would talk to her just one more time and asked her once more to reflect carefully. I told everything to Donna Mafalda and asked her, while I was away, to keep working on Lalao in the same way. "Everything must go back to how it was," I said. "They care deeply for each other. Donna Antonia loves her like a daughter. The past is over. Let us focus now on the present and the future." But Lalao did not give in to her aunt, not to me, not even to Donna Antonia's son, who came to visit her. Seeing him moved her greatly, and sure her heart trembled. Still, she held on. She resisted. Finally, 8 days later, Donna Antonia ordered the carriage ready and went to get her in person. "Once you're back here," she told Lalao, "you'll see that we'll make everything right. By then, Dona Antonia was starting to feel a quiet sting of wounded pride because of the refusal. At first, it seemed Lalao did not want to go with her. I never learned exactly what happened in that moment, but it makes sense that she hesitated. In the end, though, she agreed just for one day. She stayed for dinner and returned home by evening prayer time. I went back to their house and tried again, sometimes speaking alone with Lalao, sometimes with her aunt. But she remained firm. In the end, she even showed some impatience. Then one day Dona Mafalda sent me a message. I ran over at once to find out what had happened. She told me that the coachman's son, Victorino, had come to ask for Lala's hand in marriage. When asked, the girl had said yes. Later, I found out she had actually encouraged him to propose. At that moment, I understood. It was truly over. Felix felt the news like a knife in his chest. It cut deep, and for a long time he walked through days that seemed heavier than stones. He had loved Sinhazina, yes, but not enough to marry her when she was poor. And now, with time passing and life changing, things turned in ways no one could predict. The world keeps moving, even when hearts stand still. Years went by. People changed. Pain faded. And slowly, without anyone really noticing how it happened, Felix found himself standing beside Sinhazina at the altar. They got married. Life had brought them together again, not in passion or drama, but in quiet understanding. They built a home. They shared meals. They faced storms and sunshine side by side. As for Lalao, well, nobody knows if he smiled every day or cried in silence. Happiness is not always loud. Sometimes it hides in small moments. A warm meal, a kind word, a peaceful morning. One thing is certain: he lived with honesty. He did not pretend to be what he was not. And Felix, the same can be said of him. Were they happy? Maybe not in the way stories promise. But they were true to themselves and to others. In a world full of noise and lies, that is no small thing. And so their lives continued, not perfect, not grand, but real. The end.
Thank you for listening so far. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like our channel and click the bell to be notified whenever a new book is read. Have you heard of Machado de Assis? Machado de Assis, born in Rio de Janeiro in 1839, is considered one of the greatest writers in Brazilian literature and a master of psychological realism. He was a novelist, poet, playwright, and short story writer whose works explore the complexities of human behavior with irony, subtlety, and deep introspection. Among his most famous novels are Dom Casmurro, which questions truth and memory, and the posthumous memoirs of Brás Cubas, a satirical narrative told by a deceased man. Machado's literature often reflects the contradictions of Brazilian society, addressing issues like race, class, power, and identity in a sophisticated yet accessible style. Despite being born into poverty and facing racial prejudice, Machado de Assis rose to become the president of the Brazilian Academy of Letters and a symbol of literary excellence. His sharp wit and profound observations about society and the human soul make his works timeless and universally relevant. Today, he is recognized not only as a Brazilian icon, but also as a world-class author whose legacy continues to influence generations of writers and thinkers. Machado de Assis shows us that literature can be both elegant and critical, intimate and universal, humorous and profound. His stories remain as powerful and thought-provoking today as they were more than a century ago. Machado is a treasure of world literature, and through his voice, we discover the infinite layers of the human experience.